Hello, hello. Is it going? But yay. I'm here. Hello, hi. Oh, hello. How is every It's Friday. Yay. I had a better week this week than last. I hope everyone had a good week as well. um, there is something before we start. So I do want to do the trial today, but I want to before I start, there is something that I want to show you because recently I made something. I just want to show you. I finished it today and I'm kind of proud of myself. um made a little mon like to crochet and I made a little mono. It's not perfect, but I think it's cute. Episode was crazy. Oh my god. Like I think the last episode that I watched was crazy. uh This the series is so crazy. I'm just gonna hold monochrome over here for a bit. um, yeah, it. I saw this pattern on Instagram, and I was like, "It this looks like monochrome. I need to make monochrome." So that's what I. Yes, this is monochrome. I made a monochrome because I'm obsessed. Obviously, clearly, I'm obsessed with that game. I'm still on chapter 6. I haven't finished yet. I'm a little hesitant to finish, only like not because I don't want to, but because I don't want it to end. Because I love it so much. I don't want. Yeah, I'm gonna keep him near with me when I play, because I know when as I play the rest of the game, I'm gonna be sad. So, and I might need it for this because after what happened last time, when Xander went and tried to kill Terako, I what? Yeah, I just want. I'll take better pictures and post them. But here he is. I was so happy. It's not perfect. We can ignore this mess up. I'm obsessed with that game. I love everything about it. I like it. I like the fan games more than the main series games. I am one of those people. Yeah, I think I'm ready to get started. My favorite character in Despair Time at the moment. Xander. Also Wit because he's hilarious. Those are my favorites at the moment. But it could change. I think I'm ready to get started actually. So if it ends up being the the audio of the game, not the game. I keep calling it a game because that's what it feels like. But the videos, if the audio is too low or too loud, just let me know and I could fix it. But switch over. Yeah, Stabby Man is still my favorite. I don't know why. Clearly, he's my favorite. I put him in every thumbnail, okay? Jeez. It's bound to change because I get a new favorite because clearly like in Danganronpa and other I was like um Nikkei's now my favorite, but for a long time he wasn't. So it's bound to change. But yeah, definitely Wit. Oh, Levi too. I like Levi. And Jay. I like Jay. She's cool. Yeah, I'm going to switch over. So I'm up to chapter 1, episode 6, which basically what happened at the end. Xander was like to Teriko, "Oh, let's meet up," and she's like, "Okay," and she shows up and he stabs her, and she's like, "I can't die." Oh my god, Nico! I forgot about Nico. Oh my gosh, shame on me. Dishonor, dishonor on my cow. um, there's so many characters in this that I like. The only one I could do without is Arturo. Like, I hope he dies. I'm sorry, that's a horrible thing to say. And Array. I keep calling her Array. I keep wanting to call her Array, but I feel like that's wrong. I keep forgetting how to pronounce her name. But basically, the only character I really dislike is Arturo because he's annoying. Other than that, I like all of them. But yeah, I don't know what to expect because she was like, she got stabbed and then she got up and she was like, I can't die. I can't be killed. But then I remember at the beginning of the prologue, the very first thing we saw was that, like, oh, I have to kill Teriko. Like, I don't know. It's crazy. I don't. Why would Xander do that to me? Why would he stab her? I don't understand. But like, we're gonna find out. So that means she's the main character. I don't think she's gonna die. Alright. I can't. I don't know why it's so hard for me. It's such like a simply written name. I don't understand why it's so difficult for me to pronounce it. I'm gonna get started because I'm very excited. It would ever load. Again, it's raining again. So I'm like, of course, every time I want to do this, it's raining. So I don't know how great my internet's gonna be, but we're gonna do it anyway. Full screen. Yes. Who's this? She looks like Xander, but she's a girl. Oh, she's cute. It's strange that I would remember her now, of all times. What? Teriko's remembering. Array. I can't. I don't understand why it's so difficult for me. But anyway, I thought. I'm sorry. That girl, she looked like Xander. So, but Teriko knows her? What was her name again? It's on the tip of my tongue, but I can't remember. Xander always reminded me of that girl. Perhaps that's why I'm thinking of her now. They look similar, with that same red hair and smile, and I miss that. And they both wanted to help, didn't they? Speaking of Xander, what was I doing? I think I was in the middle of something important. Yeah, in the middle of getting stabbed. I feel like I'm on the cusp of waking up. Huh? You're awake. Ow, ow, ow. My abdomen hurts. I feel like I've been stabbed. Because you have. I'm the infirmary? Huh? Huh? What time is it? How did I get here? What's going on?
down!
Teriko, calm down. I was with Xander. Xander was... Please, take some deep breaths. I need to leave right now.
Wait!
Wait, you're still not fully healed. Come back. Minjung is like...
Huh?
Huh? Teriko! Oh, you've woken up? Teriko? Why do they all look like that? Why are they all looking at her like that? Everyone else was standing in the halls around the elevator. An uncomfortable silence falls over everyone at my arrival. I ignore them all. The computer lab. He asked me to meet him in the computer lab. Is he still there?
Teriko.
What? Please, wait a moment before you go in. We have to talk first. Huh? Excuse me? Am I gonna already need my emotional support monochrome? What is happening? Why are they acting so weird? Before you enter the computer lab, Xander is... Huh? What? I took a deep breath and steeled my nerves. Then I entered the computer lab. No. Mm-mm.
Xander is dead, Teriko.
What? What? Oh my god. Xander is what? What is this? What is this? I thought... No. No, I'm so... What? What? What is this? No, why? I was just like, yeah, Xander's my favorite. And then they kill him? What? Like he was the sidekick throughout the whole thing. I thought he was gonna live through the whole, at least for most of it. I didn't think he was gonna be the first to die. What is this? This was my favorite character. What's happening? I need my emotional support monochrome. What is this? I don't want to... I gotta click because I can't keep looking at him like this. It's so sad. Gosh. Oh, yeah. What the heck? I won't be able to do my British accent anymore. And I was just getting good at it too. I'm so upset. He was the best character. Oh, legends never die? No, he shouldn't die. I hate this.
Xander.
I hate this. Xander. Fell to my knees.
Are you alright?
Fine. Just a little winded. My abdomen really hurts and I'm also out of breath. Undoubtedly. You got stabbed after all. Surprised that you even survived. It really wouldn't be Danganronpa if I didn't lose my favorite character. I literally lose all of my favorite characters every single game. In all the games. Every single one. I really I didn't think he was gonna be first. Because usually the first one is always kind of a eh. God, no. Why did it have to be him? I missed the British accent. it's hold on. It's gonna be like it's gonna end up being like, did Terako stab him? Because he stabbed her. Did she stab him back? Because her weapon that she was given in her room was a knife, right? I mean, like, I knew she wasn't gonna die, even though she got stabbed. I wasn't expecting it, but she's the main character. I doubt they're gonna pull, oh my god, they did pull a Rontaro and kill the most interesting guy. They really did. It does remind me a lot of V3. The first one was Rontaro, who was the coolest guy in the game. Why are you surprised? Of course I survived. No, more importantly, what happened? I need to get my thoughts in order. Me too. Well, after dinner together, we all went our separate ways. Around 8 p.m., Veronica and Arturo alerted everyone that they found you in Xander's body. So they're gonna make it seem like it's Terako who killed him. Xander was already dead at that point, but we had discovered that you were still alive, simply unconscious. We took you to the medical bay and performed emergency care. You've been unconscious for quite some hours. While you were asleep, Mono TV told us that we needed to investigate the crime scene and prepare for a class trial. Oh boy. Oh boy. Class trial? Does that mean that someone killed Xander? Terako, girl. Of course someone killed him. His throat was cut open. How do you think that happened? I can't get over the background. No Wi-Fi. Why live? Yep. 100%. One of you guys got the jump on Xander and killed him dead. Super duper dead. Deader than my ex-husband. Oh my god. I can't deal with this. Why is that so funny to me? I don't know. What? That's crazy. One of us committed a murder. I don't believe it. There's no way. Sorry, but I'm going to have to ask you to skip the entire disbelief monologue bit. We're running short on time here, you see. That's funny. They're just gonna they're just like, yeah, everyone who's watching this knows knows Danganronpa. They know the whole spiel. We don't need to do it again. Like, let's just get on with it. Terako, you really had to go and get yourself stabbed. Everything got so complicated thanks to you. Normally, we start a class trial soon after the body is discovered. But thanks to your mini coma, we had to wait for who knows how long for you to wake up. Oh my god, David lost his boyfriend that he had for 10 hours.
You're making my job harder!
I had to give everyone extended investigation time. That's so unfair. It's almost the morning of the next day, you know.
So...
Does that mean that everyone already examined the crime scene without me?
Yep.
Yep, them's the deets. I'll be very generous and give you maybe 30 minutes to get yourself up to snuff, Terako. But after that, we're starting the class trial right away.
I see.
I see. I need to investigate and gather enough details to pinpoint Xander's killer at this class trial. That makes sense. They're gonna blame her. She's gonna be the prime suspect.
Don't you care? What?
Don't you care about Xander? He's dead. Yet you haven't said a single word about him, except in regard to investigating. I mean, Minjung is right. She doesn't seem that bothered seeing Xander dead on the floor with his throat cut open. I feel like I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. I thought that perhaps you two were friends, and I thought that you would be shocked or sad to see him like this. But you don't seem to care about him at all. She's right. I don't care? Hello? Kanade? Who are you? Well, that's true. She's probably salty about him stabbing her. I totally forget. I'm like, you know what? Forgive and forget, because he's Xander and I like him. So. But yeah, she's probably like, he stabbed me. He tried to kill me. Why would I care that Xander's dead?
Huh?
Huh? Xander is the one who stabbed me. He asked me to meet him here, and then he tricked me. Xander lied to me. He manipulated me so that he could try and kill me. For all I know, he was pretending to be my friend. He said all that crap about fighting against this killing game. But in the end, he's just a damn hypocrite. She reminded me of Kanade when she made that face. And I'm pissed off that he had the guts to tell me to trust him and everyone else here.
I don't care.
Why should I care about a liar and a backstabber? He's nothing more than another dead body to me. I don't feel sadness or regret or shock that he's dead. I just feel angry. I feel sadness. He didn't stab me, he stabbed her.
How horrible.
Is that really true? Xander... Enough talk of that. I don't have time to waste about feelings. I should be using this limited time to investigate. Yeah, because they're all gonna pin it on you.
I think...
The only explanation I can think of for Xander's death is that someone interfered and killed Xander after he stabbed me. Therefore, I need to find clues that will help me pinpoint who that killer is. First of all, where is everyone else?
Don't you love despair?
Everyone else investigated as much as they could while you were out cold. But now they're all milling around, wallowing in their own anguish and sorrow.
Boring.
So boring, right? I kinda want to skip straight to the execution at this point if the plot is going to be moving this slow. I like that Mono TV's breaking the fourth wall constantly. Due to our extended investigation time, we searched through every room on this floor, from bathrooms to the suites. Yet we found little. They find the murder weapon? She kind of scares me as well. Terako, she is I think she's an interesting protagonist, but she scares me a little bit too, especially after she made that face. I don't know. She's a little scary. This computer lab is the only location with any noteworthy evidence. Most people are currently waiting right outside this computer lab near the elevator. If there's someone specific that you want to talk to, you should go there.
So...
Everyone is outside in the hallways then, right? To be honest, it seems a little strange that no one else other than you came to check on me. We've been talking for quite some time now. They all suspect her. I'd suspect her too. I'd suspect her. Wait, I missed it. I I was thinking and then reading at the same time. I would suspect her too because I feel like they're not. I doubt they're gonna pull a V3 bait and switch with the protagonists. But I don't know, the whole thing about how she can't die ever, like, I don't understand that. I suppose we'll learn about it, but I wouldn't check on her either. She's scary. It would make sense that everyone's a bit nervous around you. After all, everyone thinks that... Never mind that. Everyone is simply a little nervous, that's all. Why are you here then? I was the one assigned to watch you in the infirmary when you woke up and ran away all of a sudden. You gave me quite the scare. I like Minjung.
I see.
I don't mind if it's just me and you, but to think that no one else wanted to check in on me. Oh, get over it. Never mind that. It's not important. The more pressing matter here is this investigation. How am I supposed to get started? Is there an autopsy file I can look at? Autopsy? Does it look like he's had an autopsy? This again. For the last time, I am not giving out any information files about the murder. Oh, so there's no mono files? Monocro files? I mean, Monokuma file? What? Mono TV file? Her luck is like Nagito's? That makes sense. Nagito's crazy. He was nuts. Do you think this is some sort of video game where I walk you through all the evidence? H-E-L-L, no. It's so funny. This is television. Damn it. I am not going to just hand you the answers. Investigate and figure it out yourself.
Of course.
Oh, interesting. She's always unlucky, but as a result of that, she can never die because she's unlucky. Which kind of reminds me of Utsuro. When that he's so lucky that he can't really die either. I mean, he had a hard time dying anyway, and he wanted to die, but he couldn't. I guess it's kind of similar. How helpful. I suppose I'll have to do this by myself. You have me to help you out. If you want, I can tell you what I found out when I was investigating. Thank you for helping, but I think it's best that I see everything with my own eyes. Oh, cool.
Let's see.
I'll start by going over the crime scene from a distance. Why is the ground wet? There's water everywhere. So this, I'm guessing this here is Terraco's blood. And they use water to try to wash it away. For some reason. I don't know. I'm guessing.
I'm not quite sure.
Perhaps there was a leak. I don't think so. There's no signs of a leak from the surrounding walls or ceiling. Look, there are even traces of blood stains on the ground that must have been erased from the water.
I think...
This might actually be my own blood. Huh? Right here, where all the traces of a blood stain are, is where I was standing when Xander stabbed me. Did someone try to intentionally remove them? I prodded the blood stains with my finger. See how dirty it is? Dry it is? Even underwater? These blood stains aren't coming out easily, even when I rub at it. That suggests that the blood stain couldn't have washed away on its own. Interesting. There's also something on the ground. What is that? These are scraps of paper, I think, but they're soaked.
It seems that...
It looks like something was written on them, but thanks to the water, it's completely illegible. There are also scraps of something blue. What is this? Is that? I don't know. I don't know what it is either, but it held together in the water. Therefore, it's definitely not paper. It might be plastic or rubber, something similar.
Anyway,
Moving on. I suppose I should check Xander's body now. Oh, I'm sad.
are you alright?
If you're not okay with dead bodies, I'll be okay, Min. Yeah, I don't think she cares. Right, let's see. The most obvious thing of note is that he was injured in the throat. There's no way he could have survived this. I'm so sad. His blood must have sprayed out because all over his body and on the floor. I wonder what the murder weapon was. I don't see anything that could have caused this wound around here. I'm guessing the murder weapon was her knife that she got from Mono TV in her room. That's just a guess, though. I don't know. Oh, the murder weapon? It's here.
Huh?
Why is it bagged? That's not the same one. Never mind. That's not the same one that was in her room. Because your body was part of the original crime scene, we had to move the items around. If you want a picture of the original crime scene, your best option is to ask Rose. Is it the same knife that was used to stab Terako that killed him? Like it. Alright, I'll get to that. By the looks of it, this knife was taken from the kitchen. I suppose that anyone could have accessed those knives. Wait, this is the knife that Xander used to stab me. I'm certain of that. Is that true? We found your body. This knife was in your hand, Terako. Mm-hmm. They're all gonna think it's her. I've never touched this thing, I swear. I'm telling you the truth. If you don't believe me, you can ask anyone else. Alright, I'll cross-check that later. I should continue examining Xander's body. His whole body is soaking wet. It must be from the water on the ground. So sad. Why? Why did they always do this to me, these writers? Why? Why do they personally have a personal vendetta against me? Really, this water is everywhere. My socks are starting to get wet. Isn't it bad to have this much water in a room full of computers? The water puddles are limited to the front of this room, away from the computers. No electronics have been damaged. Thank goodness for that. Do you know how expensive computers are these days? Actually, they're cheaper than ever, but it's still a big strain on our budget, which is $0. A big strain on our budget, which is $0. We don't make any money from television show. I'm in a lot of debt. Please help me. I love Mono TV. Moving on. Xander looks a little shocked, doesn't he?
Huh?
What do you mean?
It seems that...
Look at his facial expression. My poor baby. I just want to give him a hug. Not in this state he's in right now. Not only did he die with his eyes open, but his facial expression looks to be that of shock. Did his killer take him by surprise and kill him?
I'm not...
But like, everyone's gonna think it's her, and like, understandable, that's the most obvious thing. If it was her, if she turned it around and she stabbed him instead, would he really be that shocked? And then again, maybe he would be, because he stabbed her and she got back up. And she was like, I can't be killed. So it's possible. I would say that he died rather quickly, but I can't be too sure.
quite sure.
Since I'm not someone with medical experience, this is no more than speculation, but... A wound as large as this one would have, at the very least, caused him to promptly, what? Fall unconscious. Then, his cause of death would have been through brain hypoxia, exsanguination, drowning in his own blood, or something else. Oh, that gives me the chills. You know, I don't want to hug him in this state. I want to hug him when he was alive. That came out weird. Depends on what structures in the neck the killer hit. Still, if someone stabbed me in the throat, I'd imagine that I would look pretty surprised too. As for this eye patch of his, it looks a little disheveled. Oh my god. What? What? Has it been clawed out by the cat? It looks like it's the claws of Mono TV. I carefully brush his hair back and take the eye patch off of his face. Why is it purple? What just happened? What just happened? Why did it do that to me? I was like, oh no. I'm sorry. I'm getting a look at it. His eye was taken out and it looked like it was scratched. It looks like the scratches from Mono TV. Yep, this is the same injury he showed me in the infirmary.
Huh?
You've seen it before? A while back, I met Xander in the infirmary while he was changing his eye patch.
How horrible.
What a horrible injury. It looks like his entire eye is gouged out of his face. How on earth did such a thing happen? According to Xander, he received this injury sometime before we all arrived here. I believe that to be true, seeing that he had an eye injury ever since I first met him. I put the eye patch back on. His hands are also covered in blood. I inspect both of his hands closely. His right hand is stained with blood on the back of the hand, but his left hand is stained on the inside of the hand. How strange.
I'm curious.
Do you know if Xander is left-handed or right-handed? He's a righty, I believe, unlike me. Thinking back on it, he did use his right hand to stab me. The blood stains on the back of his hand right here match up with the spray of my blood when that happened. I wonder where the blood I missed it. I wonder where the blood stains on his left hand came from. I mean, I'm assuming it's his, but am I gonna watch the bonus content? Yes. I do want to watch the bonus content. They have bonus content for after chapter 1, right? So that would be before I start watching chapter 2. But it depends on how long it takes me to do the trial. If it's late, then I'll save it for another time, but if not, I'll do it today. It's probably inconsequential, right? After all, his whole body is covered with blood. There's even some splatter on his shirt. But that could also be Terraco's blood. That's probably my blood as well when he stabbed me. Exactly how much blood have you lost? How are you even conscious right now? I guess I have a lot of blood? Carrying anything on his person? The only item he has is this. It's hidden in his jacket pocket. It shows no signs of being fired, but still. Don't touch it, alright? We may be in an investigative period, but this is still a dangerous weapon. I'm surprised that no one confiscated this. I wonder what she had in her room.
Perhaps.
That's true. Sometimes I forget that's why it's always pink in all these games, is because it would be way too intense if it was like realistic looking. But at the same time, Perhaps simply leaving it here under everyone's collective watch was the safest option, since we cannot guarantee that anyone here can be trusted to keep a gun. Yeah, no, I wouldn't trust anybody here to keep a gun. At all. No. I don't trust any of them. Oh, I assure you, I'm not worried about this gun going off. I suppose Xander kept this on him, but he couldn't have possibly used it for anything. Oh yeah, it was a toy gun, I forgot. It's only been a week, but I forgot. Did he tell me about his gun earlier just to win my trust? He really spent a lot of effort to befriend me, only to tear down that friendship within a few short moments. Yeah, why did he do that? Doesn't seem like there's anything else worth noting on Xander's body. Good, I don't want to look at it anymore, honestly. Since you've mentioned it repeatedly now, I'm curious. You keep saying that Xander stabbed you in this room, but why were the two of you here in the first place? That's a good question.
The truth is,
Xander said that he had a plan to fight against the mastermind and asked me to meet him in private after dinner. I suppose that was nothing more than a lie on his part to lure me out. See, that makes a bit of sense, I suppose. Is there anything else noteworthy in this room? You should check the CD readers on the left. There is important evidence in there. What is this? It's a CD. No, a DVD? What's the difference again? Girl, what just happened? What did I just click? I scrolled down for some reason. Girl doesn't know the difference between a CD and a DVD? Girl. Girl. It is a DVD. I can tell because to me, DVDs taste like cookies and cream, while CDs taste like chocolate and mint. I love chocolate and mint. Mint chocolate chip ice cream is the best ice cream. Of course, I'm a robot. If you try to taste this, you'll only taste plastic. I picked the DVD up. I think it froze. It was upside down in the reader. Did that happen during the investigation? No. It was like that when we found it. After we investigated, we returned everything to their original positions whenever possible. It was put in upside down. I flipped the DVD to the other side. 3MOC. There's some text written on the front. 3M0C. What does that mean? Oh, I accidentally wiped away some of the marker. Are you trying to manipulate evidence? I'm right here, you know.
Wait!
No way! Why would I try and erase evidence? Everyone's already investigated. What good could that even do me? I'll write it back on. There, nothing happened, okay? You're being awfully suspicious. Also, but now you can kind of see. You can kind of see here. It looks different from before. She has different handwriting. And she mentioned before that she's a lefty, so that's probably going to come in handy. That's probably going to be an important thing. Like, you could tell that her, which she finished writing, it was not the same person who wrote the original letters on there.
Jeez.
Seriously, it was a mistake. So harsh. In any case, let's see what happens when I play it. Don't bother. We have been trying for a while, but it won't play. Perhaps the DVD readers are broken here.
Really?
Really? Let me try. I put the DVD in the player. That's a CD player. Oh, girl. Oops, you'd think I'd learned the difference the first time. This DVD was left in a CD player? I wonder why that is. A lot of CD player. If it's a CD player on a computer, oftentimes it can play the DVD. Right? I always had a My computer always had the CD player so I could watch DVDs on my computer. That was, before Netflix. I walked over to the right side of the room to put the DVD in the correct player. True to her words, I couldn't get the DVD to play anything. Well, that's a bit of an issue. But I'm pressed for time right now. No choice but to move on.
In any case,
I believe that you've finished checking everything of note in here. You should try talking to everyone else now.
huh? Are you alright?
Is something the matter? Just now, I would have sworn I saw a flash of light. No, never mind that. Let's leave. What is she talking about? As I turned around to exit the room, I noticed something strange. Huh? The light switch in this room. Out of order? Since when has this been here? Oh, that sign has been there for a while.
Yup.
Yep, the light switch broke sometime around when Xander died. Totes doesn't work. For the purpose of facilitating your investigation, I turned on the emergency lights. Otherwise, this room would be completely dark and you would be unable to turn the lights on. Also, the power's out. This place is falling apart at an alarming pace. How am I going to fix everything that's breaking at this rate? The sign.
Wait.
Wait, don't touch that. You get hurt. I peeled the out of order sign off the light switch. There's something weird about the sign that seems off to me. It's water stained. I flipped it around to the back side. Kill Terako Tawaki. It's quite smudged, but it definitely says Kill Terako Tawaki on the back. Strange. As for the light switch itself, it looks like the plate came off a bit. Is it broken? So, did somebody left him that note and they used that to get him to try to kill her, and then they used the opportunity to kill him? That's probably a major stretch. I'd take it off, but given my luck, I'm a bit hesitant to start poking around electrical circuitry. I took a peek underneath the
Let's
plate.
see.
I'm no electrician, but looks pretty normal to me. Just wires and metal things. What do you think, Min? Yes, it's normal wiring for a basic light switch. It doesn't look like it's been tampered with, in my opinion. Nothing worth noting. To be honest, I thought that there might be some secret under here, but I guess not. Secret? What were you expecting? Hidden gold? Okay, that's everything I wanted to see in here. Let's go talk to everyone else. Oh boy, they're all going to gang up on her. And if I were them, I'd probably do the exact same thing. I'd be like, yeah, it was you. Everyone is still standing around in the hallway.
Hello.
Hello, everyone.
Terako.
I guess you're not dead. Oh, he's angry. Are you finished investigating? Not quite. I want to talk to you all to get an idea of what you were doing last night after dinner when Xander was murdered. That's not a problem, right?
Huh?
You want to ask us for our alibis, but no, it's not a problem. Go ahead, I guess. It's a good idea, Terako. Not everyone is here in this hallway at this moment, but at the very least, you should try and gather information from those who are. I'll start by giving you my alibi. The last time any of us saw Xander alive was shortly after dinner, which was at 6 p.m. First person to discover the body did so at 8 p.m. I'll tell you what I was doing during that time frame. Last night, I was cleaning up the kitchen. That took most of my time. Remember when you dropped that cake on the ground, right? Made quite the mess. But that was a few days ago, right? Why wait that long to clean up? Be a bit of a procrastinator. In any case, both Eden and Hujing were also in the kitchen at the time. Were you exclusively in the kitchen the entire time? No. I left a few times to get cleaning supplies from the laundry room. I see. That's all I need to know. Thank you. Yes, Xander is dead. Yes. I don't... Well, yes, same. That was my exact reaction. And thank you all for your help. I appreciate it. You're not going to appreciate it when they start ganging up on you. Hello, Rose. Want to know what I was doing last night? After dinner, I fell asleep in the cafeteria and took a nap. I don't know anything that happened. I see. Were you asleep the entire time? Maybe I don't... You have anyone to back up your alibi? I don't know. Brown... Maybe someone else was there.
Sorry.
Sorry. Had I known a murder would have happened, I probably would have been more alert. I doubt that. She's literally sleeping all day long. Of course. Alright, that's not helpful at all. What I need from you is a picture of the original crime scene before anyone altered it during our investigation. Right. Because we had a couple of hours of extended investigation. I had enough time to make a drawing of the unaltered crime scene from my memory. It looked exactly like this. Okay. So... She was stabbed. She has the knife in her hand, but... I mean, she's being framed. I assume she's being framed for everything. But I don't know. I don't think anything has changed much other than the fact that your body was removed from the crime scene. Ugh. Seeing myself like this is a little off-putting, to say the least. I was stabbed in the abdomen in the center aisle, so my body must have been moved. Speaking of that stab wound, I checked under my shirt. My abdomen was wrapped up in bandages. Doesn't that hurt? It does, but I tuned out the pain for after a while. I have a pretty high pain tolerance, so it's bearable. Maybe you're on a bunch of painkillers. Back to this picture. Just as Min said, I was found holding the knife that Xander used to stab me. That's strange. Was it put in my hand to set me up? Voice sounds... Thank you for letting me look at this. No problem. She's making me yawn.
Hello.
Hello, Terako. Can you two tell me what you were doing last night between 6 and 8 p.m.? I guess. Oh, it's been one long nightmare. It'll be alright, sweetie. Keep it together for a little while longer. Okay? Okay. You're right. I'm glad that you're alright though, Terako. If nothing else, that cheers me up a little bit. Can you tell me your alibis? Alright. After dinner, Ujing and I cleaned up the cafeteria and the kitchen.
I see.
See, did you see any other people? Let me think. Levi and Jay came to the kitchen at 6:30. Girl, you're talking way too fast. To investigate. I think Rose? Oh, great. Rose, Ari, and Whit were in the cafeteria before Levi and Jay came in. I mean, they weren't there later, except for the cleaning something. Then Hoojing went to the cafeteria. Oh, but that was when Levi and Jay entered the kitchen. Oh, did I mention that they left afterwards? They left after 30 minutes, so that would be around 7 o'clock. Perhaps it would have been more informative in chronological order, Eden. I'm so sorry. It's surprisingly hard to remember exactly everything that happened. Who helped me out here? Oh, of course. Eden and I had cleaned up after dinner. Min came in too at times to clean up some of the mess you ladies left from baking. Levi and Jay said that they were looking around various locations for some clues relevant to our situation. It's an escape route. When they came into the kitchen, they decided to move to the cafeteria to give them space. I met with Ray and Rose in the cafeteria. Levi and Jay moved to the cafeteria later and then left with Ray. I'm gonna keep R-A. What is wrong with me? R-A. What is wrong with me? Like, I could be like, yeah, Minjung, but I can't pronounce R-A. I'm sorry to R-A. I can't. Alright, I'll try to sort that out in my head. Thanks for telling me at least.
It's no issue.
I still have difficulty believing any of us is really dead. Lysander was still alive and talking with us only a day ago. Now we have to do this investigation. How terrible. I can't do my British accent anymore.
Hey!
Tell me, Derrico, how does it feel to almost be the first murder victim? Are you confronting your own fragile morality right now?
Cut that out.
Can you cut these questions out? We're dealing with a serious situation. Sorry. Can you tell me what you two were doing last night between 6 and 8 p.m.? After dinner, I convinced both Ace and Arturo to watch a horror movie with me in the movie screening room. Convinced? You strong-armed us both into coming with you. The movie ended a little bit before 8 p.m. Since the movie screening room is right across the hall from the computer lab, I was the first to discover the body. Oh, that reminds me. I should look at the map since it's possible the layout of the rooms could be important. Okay, so they were in here. They came out. Saw them in there. Since you were so close to the scene of the crime the whole time, what? Did you notice anything going on? The doors of the movie screening room were closed, and the movie was loud. Therefore, none of us noticed anything going on outside of the room the whole time. You might have been able to prevent this whole situation from happening had you been a little more attentive.
Sorry.
I know. Sorry. He was dead. I feel as if they might be a little bit at fault.
Anyway,
Moving on. You were the first to discover the body, right? What about Arturo and Ace, who were with you? Well, I was the first to find the body. Arturo was right after me. Someone had to go alert other people, but I don't trust Veronica enough to leave her alone with the body.
right.
Right. And I don't trust Arturo either. Because of that, we both went together to get the others. Does that mean you left the crime scene unattended? Yeah, we did. But I believe that was a short enough amount of time that no one could have tampered with the crime scene. What about Ace? Wasn't he in the movie screening room with you? Oh, he was asleep. Either that or he passed out from fear. Probably the latter. The latter. The later. I can read. You left him alone? I don't believe that I did anything in that time. He was asleep after all. By the way, Arturo, were you the one to bandage my wound? Yes, that was me.
I'm not your doctor.
I'll have you know that I'm not helping you willingly. Everyone simply has this ridiculous idea that I should play doctor to everyone here. Why did it have to be Xander? Why couldn't it have been him? Genuinely. Like, why couldn't it be this guy? Despite the fact that my specialty is in cosmetic surgery, not emergency room stuff. I didn't see the last word, so I'm guessing. I'm not as experienced with these sorts of procedures. Thankfully, I ended up not having to perform a serious operation on you. I wouldn't want him anywhere near me. I'm like, do not touch me with those gross hands. While you did suffer a stab wound in the lower abdomen, the knife didn't cut any major organs or major blood vessels. No significant structures in your body were damaged, and you didn't even go into shock. There was very little that I had to do for you. I suppose that you were simply very lucky. No surprise there. In any case, thank you for healing me.
I don't want your thanks.
Okay, rude. As soon as we leave this wretched place, I wholly intend to charge you with the full for the cost of what you did. But I don't have money or insurance.
Just die.
That's not my problem. He's like, just die. Oh, hysterical. I thought you were dead. I've been talking with other people here for several minutes already.
Fun.
You're so cold. Why don't you take a joke? We're about to go to a trial to find out who killed Xander. Forgive me if I'm not in the best of moods right now. Give me your alibi from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. last night. Seriously, why did it have to be Xander? It couldn't have been Arturo. He's so annoying. Like, he's still here. Ugh. Do you think you're some sort of detective going around gathering evidence?
Stop.
Just tell me. Fine, jeez. I was in the cafeteria most of the time. I was with Wit for a little while. We were playing this really fun game that I like to call See How Many Things You Can Stack on Rose Before She Wakes Up. Oh my god. At some point, Wit let us use the bathroom, but he never came back. Actually, I still haven't seen him since. Maybe he's taking a 12-hour-long dump, or a crocodile came out of the pipes and ate him. Oh my god. Since you were in the cafeteria, did you see anyone else? Yeah, Rose was there the whole time, asleep like a weirdo. Why can't she sleep at night time like a normal person?
Stupid.
Jing came in too, but she's so boring to talk to. All she does is nag me about getting along with others or something equally dumb. I left with Levi and Jay to watch them poke around the infirmary, but they didn't find anything interesting. At least Jay is fun to bother. She gets flustered so easily, it's almost cute. She does get flustered really easily. Okay, your alibi is all I need from you. Thanks for your cooperation. Huh? That's it? Don't I get some sort of compensation for helping you? Oh, he's angry. He's upset. Because it's Xander that died? And he was like, oh, we were becoming friends. We were going to have a bromance. Hello, David. Yes. Can you tell me your alibi from 6 to 8 p.m. last night? David?
Forgive me, but...
Pardon my rudeness, but I'm really not in the mood to talk to others right now. Would you please leave me alone? Xander's dead. Oh, are you upset because you were close to Xander?
Well,
If it makes you feel better, if Xander were here right now, I'm sure he'd say something along the lines of, "Don't give up," or "We have to power through this." Maybe thinking of Xander will encourage you. Maybe David will channel his inner British accent, and he'll develop a British accent like Teria took Haru's goggles. I mean.
Can you stop that?
I'm sorry.
Forgive my outburst. I suppose you won't leave me be until you've heard my alibi. After dinner last night, I went to the laundry room. I was there the whole time. That's all you need, right? Yeah, the ship sank. They love to sink the ships in Danganronpa. They love it. They think it's the writers of all the Danganronpa, the main games, the fan games, they just love to sink all the ships. Did you see anyone else? You really need more detail? I saw Min and Nico at some point. I get that Min was probably getting cleaning supplies, but what was Nico doing there? I don't know. Came in for a short moment and left as soon as he saw me.
Leave me alone.
Eriko, I don't want to keep pressing it, but I really would like to be alone. Alright, leave you be now. Finish talking to everyone here. Yeah. I'll have to follow up with everyone else at the trial. I think I've gathered all the evidence I can. Have we? Because who did it? I don't know. I always go into the trials and be like, I don't know who did it. I don't know. Wait, there's one important missing piece of evidence. 2 days ago, at dinner, Mono TV announced that it would give us some sort of motive today to encourage us to kill, yet we haven't heard word of this motive at all. Well, yeah, because somebody already killed, so there's no point. Right?
even so.
Regardless, the killer must still have had some sort of reason to kill Xander. Xander certainly had an extraordinary personality. He was the kind of person to pick fights with all sorts of people. You're suggesting that someone killed Xander out of sheer anger or spite. I believe that to be unlikely. I doubt that anyone hated Xander enough to kill him for that reason. It's true that he had a strong, aggressive personality and that he might not have been on good terms with everyone. Even when taking that into account, though, it seems far-fetched that anyone here would have killed Xander simply based on a personal grudge, myself included. Yourself included? You weren't on good terms with him? No, I wasn't. Oh. To be honest, that man infuriates me. His talk about how my talent is useless. Education has nothing to do with my future? He has no sense at all. And to some extent where he's coming from, but he knows nothing of the life I live. She's still talking about him in the present tense.
Ridiculous.
It's ridiculous for someone with the talent of rebel to try and force his perspective on me, without considering my point of view. And then, I could tell that he had the best intentions, misguided as they may be. And I'm sure that everyone here could tell that he had a compassionate, if not slightly reckless, heart. He was an angel, and I'm so sad. He was doing a British accent. I'm sure he wanted nothing more than to help others. To kill someone like that because of a minor slight would be incomprehensible. see. That's how you feel about him. That's how I've always felt about him. My opinion on Xander has not changed since I met him. I do not consider myself a person that are emotionally swayed, and I didn't think you were either. You to have reversed your attitude on him so quickly and completely. Is it only because you feel betrayed? Or is there some other reason? Jericho, it's okay if you... Truth is,
Listen up!
Okay, time's up. Investigation's
Whoa!
over. Whoa, I'm on TV. Everyone, please gather in front of the elevator. The class trial will begin shortly. That's so funny. He's like, oh, I'm on TV. Everyone who wasn't ready already here begins to filter in. And I guess this isn't really happening. This is messed up beyond belief. Someone is dead. And we have to find out which one of us is a killer? For real? Crap, I don't want to do this. Why are we gathering here of all places? Enter the elevator, everyone. It will take you down to the trial grounds. Oh yeah, I fixed the elevator. Trial grounds.
Yep.
There's a special class trial room built for this purpose. You will all discuss your evidence and reach the conclusion of who killed Xander. Yeah, who did it? Who killed Xander? Are you ready? Of course I'm not. I don't have a choice, do I? Let's go. We all stood in tense silence as the elevator took us down. The only sounds I could hear were the rumbling of the elevator. Finally, the elevator ground to a halt. Ooh. The trial room? Looks cool. Indeed. You'll find that there's a place for all 16 of you. So take your places. Well, I suppose it's 15 now. At any rate, please stand in front of the podium that has your name on it. We all made our way to our respective podiums as we prepared ourselves to begin this class trial. No.
Are we all ready? Let us begin the class trial to identify the Blackened that killed Xander Matthews, the ultimate rebel. That Blackened is one of you. Sow those seeds of distrust and fight amongst one another to reach the truth. It'll be an exciting battle, a thrilling show of hope and despair. Welcome to the class trial.
Oh boy, here we go.
Woohoo!
I hope you all liked that hype sequence. The class trial is going to be a lot of fun. Wahoo!
But
Before we get started on that, HR requires that I read out. Oh my gosh. I was hoping the whole thing would be voiced, but that's to read out some rules and regulations. During the class trial, you must discuss the evidence amongst yourselves and reach a conclusion of who the Blackened killer is. I was hoping the whole thing would be voiced, but that's just wish. If you vote for the correct Blackened, then only they will be punished. But if you vote for the wrong person, then everyone besides the Blackened will be punished, and that person alone will be allowed to leave the show. Capiche?
Yo!
Hey, what's the deal with that portrait of Xander? Oh, those? Here at Danganronpa Despair Time, we make sure to include everyone in all our activities, even the dead.
Entertaining, isn't it?
It would be a real shame if we left Xander out of future trials and motives. What? Just because he's dead. I do realize now that since we've never entered this trial room without having at least one person die, maybe we should have only built 15 podiums instead of 16. That is a good point. That is a very good point. They always have a podium for everybody, but then again, they don't know who's going to be the first person to die, so I guess they have to have one for everybody. But then again, it's way easier to divide a circle into 16 parts than 15 parts. Thank goodness a host P class is 16 students. There were 23 of you or something, then I'd have a real math problem on my hands. I can't. Why is Mono TV so hilarious?
That's horrible.
Oh, one of the deceased. None of this is happening right now.
How troubling.
Still difficult to believe that one of us is truly dead and someone as energetic as Xander. Wait, what? I'm
Horrible.
I keep having to go back because I'm so slow.
How troubling.
Someone as energetic and spirited as Xander, no less. Oh, that is the wrong voice. Levi doesn't have the hello voice. I'm sure our current situation would benefit from his energy.
Damn it!
Xander might have been annoying as hell. He didn't deserve to die like this. I swear, Xander, for your sake, I'll make your killer pay.
Ugh.
Okay, that's enough reminiscing about the dead. We're already on air. Go get started. But where do we even start? Let's get this over with and vote right now who we think the killer is. Majority vote will probably end up being correct, right? Oh my god, are you stupid? No!
I disagree.
That would be a bad idea. The purpose of this trial is that we lay out all the facts and evidence in order to figure out the identity of the Blackened for certain. Recall that the consequence here for failure is death. Holy crap! I don't want to die! Even though my life sucks, dying would suck harder. This guy's so annoying.
In any case,
Let's start with the basic facts of the murder. The victim in this case was Xander Matthews, the ultimate rebel. His body was discovered in the computer lab at 8 p.m.
considering the evidence,
He was murdered sometime between 6 p.m. and 8 p.m. The cause of death was a single stab to the throat, inflicted by a kitchen knife. Jericho Tawaki's body was also discovered at the crime scene. She suffered a single stab wound to the abdomen. She survived and is present at the trial right now. Whew. Sorry, I'm so tired. As for the motive of murder, I'm not sure. Mono TV had promised to release a motive for everyone today, but I haven't seen it yet. Which aspect of the murder shall we
I
discuss
suppose.
first? I think it would be ideal if we first establish the sequence of events leading up to Xander's murder. I like I like that it's inside of a TV screen. Anyway. Right. It all started when Mrs. and Mr. Matthews decided to get together and... Not that far back! I think that the last few hours of his life are relevant to this case.
so
We were together at dinner. I mean, everyone, including me and him, we were...
so
We were together at dinner. That's the last time I saw him. Then dinner ended and we all went our separate ways. Where did Xander go after that? He went straight to the computer lab. You're awfully suspicious. How do you know that? Earlier, at lunch, Xander had asked me to meet him in the computer lab, claiming that he wanted to tell me about some plan he had to confront the mastermind. Just like Rantaro. We both met up there after dinner, where he tried to murder me instead by stabbing me with a kitchen knife. Wait, really?
I find that hard to believe.
Xander tried to kill you? I find that hard to believe. The blood loss gets your head? What are you talking about? Of all the stories you could have cooked up, Jericho, that one might be the least believable. Huh? What do you all mean? Why don't we vote already? I don't see much point in dragging on this class trial when we already what? I can't breathe. Why don't we vote already? I don't see much point in dragging on this class trial when we all already agree on who the killer is. I'm sorry, you must have lost me. What are you talking about?
Stupid bitch!
Playing dumb? Stupid witch. Obviously, you killed Xander. We all know that by now.
What? I killed Xander?
I killed Xander? It seems like she's the most likely candidate. But I highly doubt it. Next. Next. I killed Xander?
Don't play dumb.
Yeah, don't play dumb.
Huh?
Aren't you all jumping to conclusions too fast? We've barely discussed this case.
I'm sorry, but
We have all talked while you were unconscious, and we came to the conclusion that you were most likely Xander's murderer. It's a good thing we did, too. Exactly how long are you gonna needlessly drag on this trial? Hang on, we've got it all wrong. How am I Xander's killer? Going too fast, and it's not letting me pause for some reason. Driving me crazy.
I'm sorry, but
Ugh, I hate this guy. Hang on. Got it all wrong. How can I be Xander's killer? Seriously? You were at the scene of the crime with the murder weapon in your hand. How much more obvious can you get? Not to mention that you admitted moments ago meeting up with Xander privately in the computer lab where his body was found. You were the last person with him. Was.
that's...
Doesn't make me his killer. Xander was the one who asked me to meet him in the computer lab. Do you have any evidence to back up that claim? Witnesses? I don't. But still, you have to believe me. Xander is the one who brought the knife and attacked me with it. That knife was taken from the kitchen, so he could have accessed it at any time. That means little. If anyone could have taken the kitchen knife, then it just as easily could have been you who took it.
Even so,
Ignoring the fact that you have no proof to back up any of your statements so far, even if Xander was the one to strike first, couldn't the two of you have gotten into a fight that killed him? For example, he could have threatened you, so you pulled out your own weapon in self-defense and fought him, winning in the end, resulting in the two of you suffering stab wounds. After he stabbed me, I fell unconscious. I don't know what happened afterwards, and I definitely didn't kill him.
That's just a load of crap.
Don't bother lying. You think you could trick us that easily? I mean, think about the crime scene. It's obvious that there was a fight between the two of you. Makes you the killer.
Wait!
Seriously, everyone, you've got it all wrong. I swear, I'm not the killer. Can you explain why you had the murder weapon when your bodies were discovered? Well, look at him looking all... Look at his face. His one hidden eye. He looks so serious. I'm not too sure. Maybe the killer is trying to frame me. I'm not too sure at this point in time, but please, everyone, believe me.
I believe you.
Aw, Eden. Yeah, well, I don't.
Why don't we discuss this?
Let's return to the original topic, which was establishing a sequence of events. That should clear up any confusion. Everyone was together at dinner. Tereko and Xander were there too. If Tereko's story is to be believed, both Tereko and Xander met in the computer lab after dinner. Either Tereko or Xander brought a knife from the kitchen and also made the first move, attacking the first party. I suppose it doesn't matter who attacked first in the end, although I can't say I'm not curious. Most probable that Tereko attacked first.
It's possible that...
But it's not out of the question that Xander might have made the first move, with the murder weapon switching hands between the two of them during the fight. Wait. Thinking back on the picture that Rose drew, when Tereko was found with the weapon in her hand, it was placed in her right hand, right? She mentioned earlier that she's left-handed. So someone put it there not knowing that she's left-handed. Being framed. That Xander is right-handed and she's left-handed. Because she was like, oh, he uses his right hand, unlike me. Whoever attacked first, the result is a fight between the two of them that ended up in Xander's death. Tereko's falling unconscious. Xander suffered a stab wound in the throat that killed him, while Tereko received a stab wound in the lower abdomen and Arturo and I discovered the body at 8 p.m. We all know what happened after that. The story doesn't explain all the evidence at the crime scene. What about the strange DVD or the water on the ground?
Who cares?
Does that even matter? Maybe someone was watching some videos and there was a water leak. Big whoop. Stop grasping for straws.
Wait just a second!
On, wait a second. You're making a huge mistake.
I didn't kill Xander!
Let's vote already and put this trial behind us. Seconded. This case is too obvious. All the evidence points to her. Voting time already. Wow, that was fast. Stop. Please wait for a moment. You're all wrong. I didn't kill Xander.
Everyone.
Wait just a minute. Shouldn't we hear her out?
I'm sorry, but...
Really sorry, Tereko. I know that you're upset for having been caught, but we have to do this. If we don't vote for who the Blackened is, we'll all die. Yeah, and if you vote for the wrong person, you'll also die.
You'll all die?
Oh, she's making that face.
That's why you're voting for me?
Oh my god.
You're
Zooming in on
doing
her.
this because you don't want to die? Seriously?
Girl?
Alright, fine. Go ahead and vote for me. If you want to end your life that badly, go ahead.
Teriko, what's wrong? Have you completely lost it? I think the stress of this situation is getting to her.
She's crazy.
I suppose that it's my fault for not anticipating this. Xander pretended to be my friend, and then betrayed me to try and end my life. You all are the same. Without thinking about it, without any concern for my life, you want to call me Xander's killer? I got my hopes up thinking we could all work together. But then again, I'm always making that same mistake. Over and over and over. I'm a fool for trusting anyone. I'm such an idiot, it makes me laugh.
That face is terrible.
Why did I ever think I could be friends with you all here? Why did I think everything could be normal? I shouldn't have ever put my trust in anyone at all.
Teriko, please calm down.
Putting me in this situation, you leave me no choice. I'll have to prove my innocence with evidence. I'll show you all why I'm not the killer.
Must say, your apparent lapse in sanity is concerning at best and doesn't do much to help your case. It would benefit you to work on your charisma.
Do you have any proof?
Regardless, how exactly do you plan to prove that you aren't the killer?
Stupid.
Are you even have any you don't even have any ideas, do you? No, but
But I do.
what? What? I've got some important evidence that'll put this trial at rest.
Irritating.
You, of all people, bearing important evidence? I have to laugh.
Okay, so, the thing is,
I know that I was doing some other stuff during the investigation, and I was also only looking at the crime scene for a total of like 30 seconds, but I can make all that up. I can make that all up right now.
seriously?
You admitted yourself that you didn't investigate at all. How could you possibly have anything useful to tell us?
Check it out.
You guys all remember that each of us has custom weapons left in our bedrooms, right? I missed what he said.
Seriously?
Seriously?
Check it out.
I have a record of who has what weapon exactly.
You guys should pause and read this carefully.
What's going on? I need to go back. Okay. He has a list of everyone.
You guys should pause and read this carefully, because it's probably going to be useful.
Okay. Teriko has a hunting. Veronica has a horror collection. Alexander has a pistol. Julia. Oh my god, her name is Julia. That's J. Universal Remote. Oh my gosh, she actually wrote her name. David has a megaphone. Rose. Turpentine. Wit stationery. Arturo scalpel. Levi brass knuckles. Eden wrench. Min a pen. Ray rope. Ace riding crop. Oh, the crop for a horse. Nico laser pointer. Horse. Who a wire.
Wow.
Wow, man, I guess you're good for something after all.
Seriously?
And you didn't bring this up earlier? How irresponsible are you? You all sure have weird ways of phrasing thank you, but I appreciate it nonetheless.
Thank you.
I'm grateful for this, Wit. I'm sure this evidence will greatly be helpful in the trial. How did you get your hands on something like that? Let's just say I got it from a friend. I have to be honest, though. Some of these so-called weapons are really weird. In what world does a laser pointer count as a weapon? or a collection of horror movies, or a megaphone.
Scary!
Those movies are a devastating psychological weapon. If you saw them, you would know. I almost died watching them. No, you only passed out because you were scared. You were not in any danger at any point. Maybe in a fantasy world, you can use the megaphone to shoot robot bears. I see what you did there. Ultra Despair Girls. I see what you did there. I didn't actually play Ultra Despair Girls. I'm not gonna lie. I watched a playthrough of it because I didn't want to deal with, because I'm not into the shooter games, and it was a shooter game, let's be honest. I didn't want to deal with that. So I watched somebody else play it. What are you talking about? Okay, let's all stay on topic, please.
How interesting.
That's interesting. Eriko, your weapon is a knife. And the murder weapon is also a knife. Don't you think that's too much of a coincidence to be ignored? Are you serious? The murder weapon was clearly a knife taken from the kitchen. I'm well aware, but have you heard of the concept of priming? It's a psychological phenomenon in which exposure to one stimulus influences how someone will react to later related stimuli. In other words, I'm saying that the fact that your custom weapon was a knife influenced you to pick a kitchen knife as your murder weapon. How is that evidence? That's nothing more than a speculation on your part. So what? That still makes you suspicious. Not to mention, you still have absolutely no evidence to back any of your made-up stories. Veronica's right. You probably took a kitchen knife to look less suspicious. I do have evidence to support my point. If we can continue discussing this, you'll see that I'm telling the truth. Welcome to the first non-stop debate. Ooh, important controls used in playing this minigame. Use the pause button to pause the video. Use the play button to play the video. These... Why do I think this is so funny? These controls are located at the lower left of your screen. Oh, I love it. That's amazing. You can make the sound louder and quieter with the volume control. Thank you. Finally, if the text is moving too hard to read, please turn on captions for a transcript of this or any other. Nice. We all agree that the murder weapon was a knife. Okay. Does that really single out Terako? You know, it's possible that your exposure to knives primed you to choose a knife as your murder weapon of choice. I'm sure it's just a coincidence. Nope, it definitely makes Terako suspicious. Are you all ignoring the fact that Terako's knife and the murder weapon are completely different knives? Those custom weapons have nothing to do with this case.
I'm telling the truth.
I disagree.
No, it would be wrong to say that those custom weapons have nothing to do with this case. It's true that I didn't use that hunting knife that was given to me. I'm sure your guys' investigation can confirm that I didn't bring it to the crime scene. Rather, I left it in my room this whole time. But Xander did have hit that gun on his person. That's true, I suppose.
What's your point?
That doesn't mean anything. If I was trying to kill Xander like you all claimed, why didn't he fire his gun? She should have if he wanted to win a fight. Exactly. Wouldn't drawing and firing a gun give him a massive advantage in a fight? In addition, the sound of the gunshot would have alerted people to his location, where they could help him out. However, his gun is fully loaded and not a single bullet is fired.
I'll prove you wrong.
That's because he didn't want to alert people to the confrontation. Doesn't that imply that he was trying to murder me? If he was the assailant, not the victim, then he definitely wouldn't want to draw other people's attention, lest he get caught. It's a lie, of course. I'm the only one here who knows that Xander's gun is non-functional, and he would never have been able to fire it. That's interesting. She's lying. Interesting. That does make sense, I suppose.
I find that hard to believe.
I have trouble believing that Xander would be the kind of person to commit murder. You have to believe it. You've got no other choice if you want to solve this case.
Even so,
Still, that doesn't absolve you of your guilt. Even if Xander attacked you first, he still ended up the victim, no? You still could have been the one to kill him. Anything, that merely provides evidence for your murder. He attacked you, and you attacked in self-defense and killed him.
You're wrong.
That's not true. If this is really the hill you want to die on, convincing yourselves that I'm the killer— What? I keep missing it.
You're wrong.
Convincing yourselves that I'm the killer no matter what I say?
so what?
What sort of defense is that? Are you trying to guilt everyone? Because it's totally not working. Do you have any real proof of your innocence? Yes, this time I do. I don't. I suppose I'll have to take a random guess and hope that I can use some of that evidence. Random guess! Random guess? That's curious. Bloodstains on knife. I'll use this random piece of evidence. How about the bloodstains on the knife? Take a closer look. Ugh, looking at bloodstains makes me feel sick. Is there something special about those bloodstains?
Let's see.
I mean, there could be. It could show that over here on the handle, show that how it was being by which hand, I suppose. Yes, there is. Look, the blade and part of the handle is splattered in my blood, right? But the upper part of the blade is dry. Of the handle, sorry, is dry. Because someone's hand was holding it there.
So what?
So? Rose, do you have your drawing of
Yeah.
the crime scene? Yes, I do.
Seriously?
Are we really going to base our
I
conclusions
have
on
a
a
photographic
drawing?
memory.
In case you have any doubts, I can guarantee that this image is 100% accurate. My memory and drawing skills are perfect. So why did it have to be Xander again? Why couldn't it have been Arturo who died? That would have been nice. Tell me if I missed out any detail or fabricated any evidence, but you won't. Besides, with the majority of you here who witnessed this scene in person, this drawing is meant to serve as a reminder of the evidence. You really think I'd try and fabricate a record of something that 13 of you have already seen? Right. This image is mostly for my own benefit, because I could not have seen the original crime scene.
Anyway,
Look at both of my hands. Neither of them is stained with blood. However, the back of Xander's right hand is. See, look. They put the knife in her right hand. She mentioned that she's left-handed. If she really was the one who stabbed him, the knife would have been in her left hand. someone's framing her. Maybe the same person who wanted Xander to kill her. But who? I don't know. I do remember that being the case when I found Teriko's body. Wouldn't that suggest that Xander stabbed me with the knife, and his hand had been stained with my blood? If I had stabbed Xander in the throat, the blood spray should have at least touched my hands. Xander is the one who handled the knife, not me. That doesn't prove anything. You could have washed your hands, or you could have used a different weapon. That's true. But since we're on the topic of bloodstains, if you continue down this line of thinking, you'll see that I couldn't have been the murderer. Ooh, a non-stop debate. Just because there are certain bloodstains on the knife doesn't mean that you were innocent. Examining the patterns of blood in other parts of the crime scene may yield some interesting information. There was blood everywhere. You've got to be more specific than that. What about the blood spilled on the ground? Since the bloodstains on the ground were washed off by the water, there's nothing we can gain from those.
No, that's wrong!
There's a lot of information to be gained from the fact that there are traces of a bloodstain on the ground. That blood was spilt and had time to dry before the water was splashed on top of it, which explains why those bloodstains did not dissolve in the water.
It seems that...
Because they are partially wiped away in spite of that. It makes sense to infer that they were intentionally removed by someone, rather than simply washing away in the water on its own. The music is really good, I agree. Don't get it at all. Where are you going with this? That spot between the two aisles is where I was initially stabbed by Xander. And those bloodstains are proof. Because my body was discovered in a different position, that implies that someone else moved my body. I was unconscious.
No chance.
Your story is still flawed. Regardless of whether or not Xander was trying to kill you, you still could have somehow disarmed him and struck first.
You're wrong.
If Xander stabbed me after I attacked first, then you're telling me that a man with a severe and fatal throat injury somehow had the strength to take the knife out of his throat or from my hands and use it to attack me? I mean, makes sense for you saying. It's not possible. A wound like that would have caused Xander to lose consciousness instantly,
It's
if not
possible
outright
that-
die. It's possible that the bloodstains are Xander's, not yours. David? Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
It's possible that...
David? I am not a person capable of moving Xander's 170-pound body and then scrubbing away bloodstains while I have a stab wound in my abdomen. Unless you're suggesting I did all that first aid and then stabbed myself afterwards for fun? Even if I did that, which one of us would have cleaned up my blood? Can you stop being so incredulous for 1 minute and listen to what I have to say first? There's no need to be so vitriolic. We're all doing our best to solve the murder. And he's sad. It's okay for him to be sad. Even if you couldn't have attacked Xander first, it's still possible that you were stabbed by Xander first, then crawled yourself away. In that case, Xander is the one to have erased those bloodstains. No, wrong. Say Xander stabbed me, yet I remained conscious and attempted to crawl away. There's no way Xander wouldn't have noticed my movements and subsequently
Even so,
put an end to it. Even if Xander was intending to clean up those bloodstains, he would have been distracted by the more pressing matters of his victim escaping. However, I'm standing right in front of you all. Clearly, that did not happen. Uh-oh. It's freezing. It's freezing. My internet. Might be raining right now. There it goes. No, why does it do this to me? Okay.
even so,
Whew, we read this already. It's freezing. However, I'm standing right in front of you. Clearly that didn't happen. Therefore, I was unconscious the entire time and did not move myself. Because Xander is dead in spite of that, it means that someone else must have killed him. So, it's possible that Xander attacked and injured you first, and you killed him afterwards.
seriously?
Seriously? I already said I couldn't have done the cleanup with stab wound. Because I evidently didn't reach you the first time, let me take the time to dismantle your argument in another way. It's freezing. I have a gaming computer, yeah. Sometimes the internet isn't the best on my gaming computer. It's better on my Mac. But that's okay. It is freezing. I'm sorry. Xander stabbed me first, and I sustained an injury significant enough to render me unconscious for many hours. Yet, I was somehow able to overpower Xander and kill him in spite of that. Is that what you're saying?
That seems unlikely.
It's more difficult than one would expect to stab someone directly in the throat. Human reflexes are naturally poised to defend a vital area as the throat, and even against someone with a knife. People under stress still have their ways of defending themselves. That's for people of average strength. Don't forget that Xander was one of the stronger among us. When you factor in how Terako was already suffering from a stab wound, and that Xander was already on guard as a result of attempting to kill Terako, it doesn't seem likely that all Terako could have attacked him back in that manner. Besides, none of you address who could have cleaned up the bloodstains. Well, the body discovery for chapter 2 happened today. Okay. Good to know. That's good to know. Then maybe I could actually move on to that next. And then I'll have to wait a little for the trial. But anyway, I'm getting distracted. Sorry. Your arguments hold no water if you cannot accept that someone other than Xander and me was involved in the case. Before someone objects to the idea that we stabbed each other at the same time, I'd be interested in hearing what that second murder weapon was, seeing that you all surely had several hours to investigate the crime scene thoroughly. Alternatively, you can think of a way that either Xander or I could have hidden the weapon elsewhere while suffering from an open stab wound. And then have returned to the crime scene to die or pass out.
Listen to me.
I brought up the evidence of those erased bloodstains for a good reason, as there's only 3 possibilities for who could have cleaned up the bloodstains. There are? I'm not following her that much. 1, I removed them. 2, Xander removed them. 3, someone else removed them. Okay, that's a pretty simple thing. I can follow that. I already proved why it could not have been either Xander or myself. Therefore, that leaves only the third option, which is the involvement of a third party. But that still doesn't definitely disprove the possibility you killed Xander,
Even
right?
so,
Nonetheless, fact remains that some outside influence had a heavy involvement in this murder. Without knowing who this third party is, you cannot claim to know enough about this murder case in order to conclude that I am the murderer. How long do you all want to do this? Bringing up hypotheticals of how I might have murdered Xander, one after another, for me to poke holes in.
stop.
Stop screwing around and come to your senses already. I'm not the killer. I believe in your innocence, Jericho. You line up the facts like that, it does sound kind of right. That we've all been wasting our efforts on the wrong person all this time, damn it! And I was totally gonna make the wrong vote and get myself killed! Oh my goodness, die.
So,
Then Jericho's not the killer. Sorry, Jericho, but I still have my doubts. I am also unconvinced. There's still too much suspicion surrounding you. No matter how much you beg, I'm still gonna vote for you.
Hold it right there!
What? It seems to me like you all have split opinions. And when I say you all, I mean that I listened to exactly 6 of you talk and then extrapolated those opinions to everyone else. I love the subtle... I love this. I don't want to call it shade, but the subtle homage to the main games when it does this. I think it's hilarious.
Yay!
You all know what that calls for. That's right. Get ready for a scrum debate. My, we're doing this quite early in the trial, aren't we? No matter. Staff worked overtime to get all those sexy side angle views of you all. So without further ado, let's begin. I can't deal with mono TV. It's so funny.
What the fuck?
Does anyone understand what the hell mono TV is saying at all? I do. That's why it's hilarious. Is Tarako the culprit? No. Yes. Tarako's body was at the scene of the crime.
Nico!
Her body was there because Xander had invited her there. Then he tried to kill her. Are you saying that Xander is a killer? I find that difficult to believe. Yeah, because you love him. What's saying though? Believe it or not, Starboy, you've only known Xander for a few days, so you can't guarantee that what he did was out of the ordinary. The murder weapon was in Tarako's hands. Therefore, she must have been the killer.
Rose!
The bloodstains on the ground and on Xander's hands tell a different story. Perhaps that knife was simply a decoy, and the real murder weapon was hidden somewhere else.
Ace!
Stupid! When and where could Tarako have hidden it, dumbass? Is it possible that Tarako and Xander got into a fight?
Eden!
You've already proved why a fight couldn't have occurred. Maybe Tarako snuck up behind the dude and gave him a stab in the neck.
Arturo!
That stab wound killed Xander near immediately. How could he have fought back? And who could have moved the bodies and altered the crime
My
scene?
turn!
It was a third party who altered the crime scene. That third party is our culprit. Oh, I love it. It's so good. Oh, I love it. It's so good. I don't know if only one person works on this or if it's a
Listen to
team,
me.
but like A plus. I love it. I love I Mono TV. I can't deal with Mono TV. It's hilarious. I'm not the culprit, all right? I'm tired of having an argument that I already know the answer to. Regardless of whether or not you have your suspicions, you need to accept that there's a likely possibility of my innocence. Quite frankly, I don't care if you all vote incorrectly and die. Jesus Christ. But I'm doing this to save my own skin. If you have any self-preservation at all, then you'll start listening to me. Keep ignoring facts, and you'll be just as dead as Xander soon. Whoa, okay. She's not sugarcoating anything. I love it. This is a life or death trial. Did you all forget? Teriko's right.
Calm down.
What's gotten into you, Teriko? There's no need to be so aggressive. Well, in her
Stop
defense,
complaining.
in Teriko's defense, they're all pretty aggressive towards her right now. Like, they're being very aggressive towards her. So, I don't really blame her for being aggressive towards them as well. Even though Teriko is a little scary. Forgive me for not playing nice when everyone here is calling for my execution. I can't exactly act graciously after all I've been through. In that case, if Teriko's not the killer, then who is? Regardless of the angle that you view this case in, there's no doubt that some third party was involved.
Think about it.
That third party who moved Teriko's body and altered parts of the crime scene is most likely our culprit. And even if they are not, it is still worth our time to clear up any mysteries surrounding this murder. What's the best way of finding that third party?
Why don't we discuss this?
How about we review our alibis? That may offer clues as to who could have been at the scene at the time. I was investigating around with Levi. We hit up the storage room, the kitchen, the cafeteria, then the infirmary, in that order.
I agree.
I can back up that statement. We were there together, but we did not see anything suspicious. I was in the cafeteria. Then I left and wandered around for a bit. Then some stuff happened and I did some other stuff. Wow, Wit. That is some detailed explanation you got there. Stuff happened and I did some other stuff. I mean, Minjung did mention, she mentioned, right, that Wit disappeared at one point. What exactly is stuff? That is not detailed at all. You're only making yourself look more suspicious. After dinner, I went straight to my room. I like being alone. Same. Honestly, same. Really? David, didn't you say you saw Nico come into the laundry room briefly? Huh? Indeed. You came in for a few seconds while I was doing my laundry, and then left immediately. Nico, can you explain what you were doing? No?
You can do it.
There's no need to be nervous. Explain it in simple terms, alright? Your testimony will help us solve this mystery.
Well,
It wasn't totally true what I said earlier. I wasn't in my room all the time. The motive was on my mind, so I was nervous. I tend to pace around when I'm nervous. That's not a problem, right?
That's just a load of crap.
Seriously? You were just wandering around all along? You're definitely the killer. No, that doesn't make me the killer because you don't have an alibi. Shut up.
Stop that!
Ace, let him speak. Because of what, Nico? Here, baby. I'm not the only person missing a solid alibi. Charles and Whit don't have an alibi. David said he has an alibi, but he was actually alone for most of the evening with no other witnesses.
So...
Eden and Min were also left alone for some time. They could be the killers too. Charles hasn't said anything this whole time. Jericho still has the most suspicious alibi of all. You can't ignore that just because she disproved a few things. Nico, please. Please. Not you. Please. If you want to use alibis as evidence, then don't be dumb. It's not enough to say that I'm the killer because I'm not.
Are you sure about that?
Don't heap blame on the rest simply because you're the most suspicious. I'm not blaming you, but I'm not the killer, so don't attack me. Alright. I don't think this arguing is the most productive use of our time. We should be working together to find the culprit, not fighting amongst ourselves. How can we work together knowing that one of us is the killer? No way! That's not the attitude to have. Can any of you prove for certain that you were not at the scene of the crime? You were there, right, Terako? Do you remember seeing any of us? She had a stab wound and was unconscious. What do you think the answer is going to be, you idiot? Did you have any prophetic dreams about any of us while you were under?
Of course.
Okay, this isn't going anywhere.
Why am I putting up with you?
There's still plenty of unexamined evidence within the crime scene, you know. We can return to the alibis later, because if I keep listening to you all squabble, I'll get a headache. It's kind of true, right, that nobody cared she got stabbed.
Fuck you!
Oh yeah?
Beneath.
Better idea do you have? I'm not going to engage with your taunts, because you're not even worth looking at when I talk to someone as unrefined as you. Hey, Mr. Holier Than Thou. I hate him. Watch, he's gonna live throughout this whole thing because I hate him so much. So they're gonna make him be one of the people who survives this. Because they just love to take all of my favorite characters and kill them. Must I really remind you peasants of the DVD in the computer lab? That is clearly an important piece of evidence, yet you all overlook it in favor of having your petty, annoying little spats. Are you talking about this?
I'm not quite sure.
Not too sure what that is either. It was a DVD placed upside down in one of the readers. Because we were unable to play it during our investigation, we don't know what's on the DVD, but it's labeled with the letters and numbers 3M0C. Hell does that mean? Could it be some sort of code? Here. The power went out. I'm so sorry. Hang on. I'm so sorry. That's my fault. I lost power actually. So that's what happened. I lost power and I lost the internet. I'm so sorry. So it froze for me too. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry. I lost power. Because I think it might be storming. But the power went off for a brief second. When the light turned off, I was like, oh no. Oh no. But I think it's back now. Okay. Let me go the game again. He's talking about hexadecimals and it cursed me, so then I lost the power. So I hate hexadecimals and I hated that aspect of 999. Okay. Anyway, back at it. I was like, oh my gosh. Okay, sorry. No, M is not a letter in hexadecimal. You say? Try again.
It seems that.
While I was examining the DVD, I accidentally erased some of the characters. It seems like the marker comes off really easily. Veronica really did curse me, didn't she? She popped up on the screen and all my power went out. And I'm like, oh my goodness. Hopefully that doesn't happen again. Fingers crossed. Oh my. Therefore, I think that there was actually a full label written on the DVD. But at some point, the majority of the characters were wiped off, leaving only these 4 letters and digits. We should find the missing letters. Perhaps it could be 3 million degrees Celsius. Wait, never mind. That makes no sense. She fell asleep.
What the fuck?
The hell? Why are you asleep?
This is no time for
Rose.
sleeping.
Please wake up. This is no time for you to be sleeping.
Huh? What's going on?
What did I miss? Literally nothing. You missed nothing. You just missed me not being able to. Me losing power. That's what you missed. We're trying to ascertain the full message on this DVD because it might be relevant to the case. Perhaps you could help us out. 11037? Oh yeah, there's definitely some 11037 going on. What's so difficult about it? You can't tell what the letters C-C-U-M-O mean? What?
What do you mean?
What are you talking about? It reads 3M0C. Rotate the disc 90 degrees clockwise. No wait, I meant counterclockwise. Sorry. What? This doesn't make me... C-U-M-O? It definitely
Look at
reads
this.
C-U-M-O. Oh, I thought that was an E. It really is amazing that Rose is still alive because she's sleeping all the time. I read that as E-U-M-O, but I guess it could be C-C-U-M-O.
Whoa!
Crap, you're right. Might have been looking at it from the wrong angle.
Boring!
Wow, what's with this overdone plot twist? TV? Someone tell the screenwriters to think of some new gimmicks. Okay, that was shade. That was Mono TV shading the entire franchise.
Whoops.
Wait, I'm the screenwriter. Yeah, message is obvious, right? It clearly has to do with that person. Who? I don't get it. Who's she talking about? I don't know why you guys are having so much trouble with this.
I don't get it.
What's she talking about? It's not obvious to me at
I
all.
understand.
Rose said that the message had to do with a certain someone. In that case, it's obvious to me as well. It is because it's not to me either. There's one person in particular that this DVD originates from. One particularly suspicious person indeed. Who? What just happened? We're selecting people now. Who? Charles?
It must be you.
No. No. Charles, you've been suspiciously quiet this entire time. It's not like you to stay totally silent at a time like this. No. So tell me, the full message of this disc is Charles Cuevas' motive, isn't it? Oh. Charles. No, it's not Charles. Get out of here. Get out of town. No way. It's Charles. You think it's... Would it be Charles? I mean, I suppose it could be. I like Charles. Why can't it be Arturo? I just want to get rid of him. Charles, you've been suspiciously quiet this entire time. It's not like you. So tell me, the full message on this disc is Charles Cuevas' motive, right? I don't really know how to pronounce his last name. I'm calling it Cuevas. Like a Hispanic last name, kind of. Motive. Curious.
I'm curious.
Xander's murder occurred before Mono TV said would have released the motive. Furthermore, why has only Charles received this and none of the rest of us? I don't know why. That's why I'm asking Charles. I mean, he has literally not said a single word this entire time. Furthermore, those blue scraps found at the crime scene are from your gloves, right? They had a bit of rubbery texture to them. Those are his, but he's not the only one who wears gloves. Arturo wears gloves too. Okay. Oh God, no, it's not Charles. Stop.
Perhaps.
Arturo also wears blue gloves, does he
I
not?
would never.
I'd suggest you try using your eyes for once. The shade of blue isn't quite the same between the different brands of gloves that we use. Besides, I have an airtight alibi anyway. Yeah, that's unfortunate. It's unfortunate you have an alibi. I'm definitely sure that neither those blue scraps of gloves nor any DVD was in there when I arrived at the computer lab with Xander. Therefore, you must have been at the scene of the crime sometime after I had been stabbed. What were you doing there? No, not Charles. I like Charles. Answer me, Charles. Were you at the crime scene? Yes or no? Yes, but... Oh. Oh no, poor baby. I don't... No. Please leave me alone.
Huh? What's going on?
Charles, is something the matter with you? Answer me. I suppose since you were unconscious at the time, No one explained to you about Charles. What? About Charles what? I don't understand. Why is Charles
How
acting
troubling.
strangely? I don't know. Ever since Xander's body was discovered, he's been acting this way. It seems that he suffered some sort of breakdown, and he hasn't recovered or said anything coherent since. It can't, no, it's not Charles. I'm not, no, I'm not, no. No. Really? That's unexpected. Of all people, I didn't take Charles as the kind of person to lose his cool like that. Something he saw in the motive video upset him. Or I don't know, something's weird. No! It's not Charles. No, it has to be Arturo because I just want to get rid of him.
Pissy!
Jeez, what are you even freaking out about? Did you get spooked because of a scary murder? Perhaps he's in the state of hysteria as a result of viewing that motive DVD? After all, Mono TV intended for those motives to push us into committing murder.
Could it be?
It wouldn't be unusual for at least one person's motive to contain such awful content so as to push them to a nervous collapse. I shudder to imagine what Charles possibly could have seen that could have caused him, of all people, to panic in such a way. It must be something truly horrifying indeed. Oh my gosh, yes, I remember when Sonia Nevermind was always the suspicious one during the trial and she survived the whole thing. Charles, can you at least tell me the meaning of this DVD? Or what you were doing in the computer lab?
There's no point.
It's useless. He's not talking. Charles can't take part in the trial. Right when we were getting somewhere too. Our primary suspect just so happens to be unable to answer our questions. No matter. I'm sure there's a way we can work around this setback. Let's not give up hope yet. And that makes Charles super suspicious, right? Not only was he at the scene of the crime, he left his motive there, and now he's too traumatized to speak for whatever reason.
Duh!
Could it be any more obvious? He's totally
Of course.
guilty. This line of reasoning sounds awfully familiar. So then, Charles is totally the killer.
I object to that.
On what basis?
Well, he didn't kill Xander. Therefore, he's not the killer.
Alright, makes sense.
Hang on, that's just circular reasoning.
Wait, what? You tricked me! Damn it!
Going back to my original point of view, Charles killed Xander. I mean, Wit seems very sure that it's not Charles, which is interesting. You have any proof? Until you can use your smart boy words to show without a shadow of a doubt that he's guilty, I'm not convinced. Why are you even defending Charles? He's been a jerk to everyone this whole time. You included.
Charles is...
Of course I'll defend Charles.
He's my friend.
Aww. Well, of course I'll argue for his sake. Hey, baby. Aw, that's so cute. Since when were you two friends? Something happened between the two of you while I wasn't around? That's not important. A better question is, do you have proof for Charles's innocence? After all, he was at the scene of the crime for reasons still unknown to us. I don't know why he was there, to be honest. I don't really have what you'd call a solid proof for his innocence either. But I truly believe that he could not have murdered Xander.
What?
Are we supposed to take your words for a fact because you believe in him then? You stupid. Going around spouting all this dumb stuff about belief. Another ship? Yes. They were roommates. Oh my god, they were roommates. My god, they were roommates. It's the damn point of this whole trial. We're gonna make choices based on dumb crap like that. Useless idiot. Are you even taking any of this seriously? Huh? Am I taking this seriously?
Not really.
Nah, not really. You?
Ace.
Calm down. You are not helping at all with this argument. You shut your damn trap too, Levi. I'm done with you trying to play the moral high ground by pretending to be some peacemaker. Oh dear, oh my, calm down everyone. Let's not fight, alright? Aren't I such a level-minded pacifist? Stay the hell out of this if you know what's good for you. That's right. Shut your damn mouth, you coward. Levi? Excuse me. Are you also channeling your inner Kanade? What is what? Oh my god. How far do you want to push it? Do you think that I don't have a limit for my patience? I would gladly strangle you right here and now to shut you up if I were allowed. Oh my god. He's gonna start crying. But if you were the coward I know you to be, then you should back up before you dig your own grave. He's gonna start crying.
Shut your mouth.
Or I shut it for you. I like that part of I like that side of Levi, to be honest. Not gonna lie. He's gonna start crying.
That's whack.
Stop. Like, wow, that's whack. I had to poke. Why is that so ridiculous? Like, wow, that's whack. You guys done yet?
I apologize.
I'm terribly sorry for that, everyone. Please, continue discussing as normal.
Gary.
Okay.
We're gonna pretend that didn't happen and move on. Nice. I'm quite interested in what was on that DVD, seeing as we've established that it contains Charles's motive.
How interesting!
Wouldn't it be interesting if whatever Charles saw on that DVD caused him to snap? Perhaps it was a video of Mono TV destroying everything that he held dear. Tried to watch the DVD during the investigation period, but the DVD players weren't working correctly, and we were unable to view its contents. The DVD players weren't working correctly, you say? Why didn't you tell me? You were present during the investigation when I was discussing the broken DVD players. You heard me, didn't you?
Did you know?
I am a highly advanced piece of technology with dozens of useful features like connecting to the internet, playing videos, and calling your mom. It's so ridiculous. I can't. Give that DVD over to me. I'll play whatever's on it. No, I don't trust you. What'd he say? I missed it. Give that DVD over to me. Please. No. Please. No. Hand it over, Terako. Thank you.
What the?
So funny. I love Mono TV.
Fuck!
You eat it? How is that even possible, seeing as you don't have a physical mouth? Quiet down, everyone. The video is starting. Stop. What was it? I'm curious. Stop.
Doesn't make sense.
You can play DVDs on your screen, but you contents yourself? Seems like a glaring design flaw. That's not what's important. Skip the entire video. Play it again. Okie dokie.
Just die.
You did it again. Are you messing with us? Huh? What did I do? I'm only playing what's on the disc. I swear. Any illicit imagery that you see isn't my fault. Whatever you saw is exactly what is on that DVD.
Fuck you!
Even work, right, you useless piece of junk? I'll put your metal ass in the microwave and nuke you until you explode. Wait just a minute, everyone. We tried to play the DVD earlier during our investigation, but we assumed that the DVD players were broken because they weren't showing anything, right?
It's possible that...
I think that this DVD might simply be blank. No error with either the DVD players nor Mono TV.
Yep.
That's exactly right. Once again, I guarantee you that there is nothing wrong with my DVD players, that DVD, or myself. On the contrary, I believe that there is a lot wrong with you. Huh? Is he really blank? Doesn't make any sense. What kind of motive is that?
think...
Come to think of it, Mono TV never released any such motive to anyone else. When I handled that DVD, I accidentally erased some of the marker off. The quality of the writing is quite poor. Are they framing Charles too? What's happening? There's no way I would make something that low quality and give it out to you guys. The murder happened before the day ended and before I would have released the motive. I never got a chance to show you what that motive would be, and I never will.
What a letdown!
Honestly, I'm so disappointed. It was a really good motive in my opinion. I guess you'll never find out that secret about your loved ones or whatever. So why is Charles acting all weird? If that motive was fake, why is he acting so weird? Then the motive had nothing to do with the murder? It's still possible that the looming threat of the release of a motive may have pushed someone to murder. Certainly, there are those among us paranoid enough to crack under that sort of pressure. Curiosity. Can I see what that motive was? No, you can't. The time for frame for that has passed. You missed your
I'm not
chance.
incompetent, I swear!
It's definitely because of that, and not because I lost the motive last night. I totally didn't disappear under my paws when I was taking that smoke break. What?
Seriously?
You lost it.
Whoops.
Okay, maybe I did.
What a piece of junk.
Your incompetence as the mastermind of a televised killing game is shocking.
Anyway,
Returning to my earlier points. The disc is blank, the handwriting and marker quality are poor, and Mono TV claims to have had no hand in making or distributing any such motive. Considering all that, this DVD is probably fake, right? Fake? Whatever would you mean by
the
that?
truth is,
It means that this disc labeled as Charles Huevas' motive was created by someone else. Who? Because of that, I have reason to believe that Charles may be innocent.
That's horseshit!
Oh, here we go. They're arguing. Charles is innocent, my ass. You said it yourself. Charles is at the crime scene. You're not the culprit. Then it's gotta be him. Ugh. The arguments stress me out. It's true that we have evidence for Charles being at the scene of the crime, and his refusal to speak is suspicious. However, we lack definitive evidence to prove that Charles killed Xander. Lack evidence? Are you kidding me? We have all the evidence we need. Rebuttal showdown. Charles said it himself. He was at the scene of the crime. If that was enough for you, he also left those DVD and the gloves. What more evidence do you need? Oh, I thought that was her, sorry. That evidence could have been set up or faked by someone else. I don't think Charles himself put it there. That makes no sense. Charles is the only person here who owns gloves like that. He's not. So he's the only person who could leave those scraps. As for that DVD, it's labeled with his name. It's gotta be his. What evidence could you have that Charles isn't the one who left that DVD there? It is a bop, isn't it? I like the music. The music is really good. Like, again, I don't know if it's one person or a big team working together, but whatever it is, whoever's behind this fangan, props to you. I love it. I have a good reason to believe that Charles wouldn't have left that DVD there. Did you notice anything strange about the placement of this motive disc? What? There's something weird about it. You're referring to its placement in a CD reader, right? That's right. The computers in the computer lab are divided into two sections. On the left are the CD readers, and on the right are the DVD readers. The DVD that's labeled as Charles Huevas' murder? What? Motive was found in one of the CD readers. Yet CD readers can't play DVDs.
What's your point?
And what's your point? You probably put in there by accident. While I was exploring this place with Charles, I was subject to an unnecessary spiel on the distinctions between CV. Can't read. It's getting late. I can't read. The distinctions between CD and DVD readers.
Are you stupid?
No, those are CD readers. Are you stupid? Well, I understand why someone like you would mix the two up. Both CDs and DVDs are optical disc storage devices, and they both store data in the form of minuscule bumps arranged in a spiral. However, the information encoding bumps on a DVD are much smaller, allowing them to store more. Subsequently, DVDs are often used to store video, while CDs are commonly used to store music. DVDs are also backwards, blah blah
Rudimentary.
blah. It's really not that difficult to understand. Gratuitous as that was, I suppose in the end it worked out in his favor that Charles likes to talk so much. Probably. For that reason, I don't think that he'd make the mistake of mixing up a DVD and a CD, seeing as he made a pretty big deal about knowing the difference between the two. I really can't read. Genuinely, I can't. My eyes go faster than my mouth when I read. Sometimes my eyes go faster than my brain. I'm a very slow reader. I struggle with reading comprehension. Really? What if he panicked and accidentally put in the wrong one? If he saw my body and panicked, why would he even bother with the motive DVD in the first place? That seems to be a much lesser priority to me. In other words, not only is that so-called motive DVD fake, but it was planted at the crime scene in order to draw suspicion to Charles. Wit is just smiling while Charles is terrified. So, Charles is innocent? I'm not entirely sure of that.
What?
What? You just said Charles was innocent. Stop changing your mind. I said that I had a reason to suspect that he may be innocent, but I don't know for sure.
Stop complaining.
What? Do you want me to rush headfirst into a conclusion without thinking about it first?
Shut up!
Like you do? Shut up. I have to say, I'm also still suspicious of Charles. That motive DVD being fake doesn't prove anything. All we did was lose our lead. Yeah, my reading comprehension. You know, for someone who has a degree in writing, I am not good at read. And I read every day. I've read like 3 books in the last 2 weeks, but I struggle with it.
What a bother.
In the end, we have no clue what is causing Charles to act like this in the present, and therefore, oh my gosh. I'm sorry. We cannot draw any conclusions about this behavior. Yeah, words are weird. I love words. I love them, but they are weird. Like, I'm a writer who struggles with reading comprehension. It's okay. I know it's ironic.
Loser!
Not to mention, this guy doesn't even have an alibi. He's so suspicious. I'm totally convinced he's a crappy murderer.
Come on.
Let's not jump to conclusions
Get
so
it?
fast. I'm sure we're all dying to find out the culprit already. Because if we mess this up, we'll all be dying for real. Wait, please. I can't. So funny. Stop.
This is no time for joking around.
It is not an appropriate joke. Sorry. Just trying to lighten the mood. I really don't want to say what I'm about to say next, but it seems like you guys totally won't be convinced otherwise. Charles, are you really okay with me telling everyone? Telling them what? Alright, if you think so. What's going on?
The thing is,
The reason Charles is acting like this is because he has a phobia of blood. A phobia of blood? Like a nosebleed or something? No, he's unaffected by small things like that. Phobia of blood was probably the wrong way to phrase that. How should I say? When viewing gory things or dead bodies, he'll become panicked and have a breakdown. Only something super messed up will trigger a reaction though. A little bit of blood is probably okay.
I don't understand.
Oh, so he probably went in after Terako was stabbed and after Xander was dead. How can that be true? He seems so confident and arrogant about this killing game show. How could he do that if he knows he'll have a breakdown if he sees a body? Was there another? There wasn't another who had a phobia of blood too. A character in one of the games, right? I can't remember. No, it's not uncommon for trauma acquired in one's childhood to seemingly disappear until it's triggered by something years later. Someone can spend years unaware that they have trauma, only to be taken by surprise when the sight of something unpleasant or distressing causes all those emotions to come rushing back. Oh yeah, Toko, yes. Oh my goodness. I'm like, somebody else had the thing with the blood. When they saw the blood, they fainted. Toko. Sometimes I forget about her. I'm not a fan of her. I don't hate her as much as Junko, though. After Ultra Despair Girls and what happened there, I liked her a little more, but still, don't like.
Whoa!
Whoa, you're really busting out the psych lenses today, huh, Ronnie? Personally, I don't see dead bodies on a regular basis. Same goes for everyone else here, I hope. So it makes sense that this has never come up for Charles before, right? Charles is better than Toko, I agree. What do you mean by that? Charles' unexpected inability to handle the situation. Isn't that surprising? If you realize that this is new for him as well. He probably acted with such bravado before he simply didn't know that he had the emotional baggage from the past. Oh, he's just a traumatized little baby. Let's give him a hug. He's laughing at him. So much for being the smart one here. I can't. It was so funny when the sound was just in my ear. Like, lay off him, all right? Yes, defend your man. Stick up for him. I've been introduced to another ship, and I like it. Trauma is serious, not something to be made light of. Charles really is suffering. At the very least, don't make things worse. Yeah, you tell her. You tell her. Defend him. Wait, is this the reason for why you've been defending Charles this whole time? Right on the books, hot stuff. I'll give you a 20% tip for your good service.
Sorry!
Except I wasn't going to give you anything to begin with, so 20% off 0 is still nothing. Can't do it. I love him. If Charles can't handle blood or corpses, would he have killed Xander? He's nothing more than an innocent bystander in all this. Can we really take that at face value? It's possible that Charles could merely be putting on an act to divert suspicion. I believe in Charles because I've been with him this whole time. Defend your man. Defend him. Well, I think that's interesting if an OC who can't even have meat because it reminds him of gore. That's interesting. I've never thought of that. I like that. But that sounds like a good character. After I left the cafeteria, I ran into him. He was having some sort of breakdown, and he seemed to be in pretty bad shape. I thought he might have been playing a prank on me or something, but after a while I became convinced that his emotions were genuine. Believe me when I say that he's not acting, because I have a pretty good intuition when it comes to people's feelings. Because he's the ultimate matchmaker. I couldn't leave him alone, right? I stayed with him the whole time up till now. I never know what to say in situations like this, so it was sort of awkward. Oh, but he stayed there with him. Heart. Love it. Still, I hope I helped him calm down at least a little.
I understand.
I'm sure of it now. Charles is innocent.
Nice!
Nice, that story worked on at least one person. Wait, Even though I just said something that made me sound like I'm lying, I'm totally not lying, really. Wait, why did you say that? Why would you say that?
Aw, frig!
I'm making myself sound more suspicious the more I talk.
Seriously?
Good thing I thought of a way to make you believe me. I gotta keep acting as unbelievably as possible. Then you guys will think, wow, this guy is so suspicious that he's not actually suspicious at all. I see no holes whatsoever in this plan.
Idiot.
You're an idiot.
Listen to me.
If you don't believe Whit's story, then maybe adding mine or Eden's testimony will erase all the doubt. Me? Eden, do you remember when I injured myself while baking and you took me to the infirmary? Yeah, I do. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. Okay, we made it to the medical bay safe and sound.
Hey!
Hey, watch where you're going.
Ouch!
What are you doing here, Charles? You nearly flattened me. You came out of the infirmary in such a rush. Is something going on? Ooh, so that would explain his reaction there. Outside of the infirmary, Charles ran out of there all in a panic, and Terako and I were both witnesses to that. Oh, because he saw Xander's eye. Because they went in there and then they saw his eye. So they saw he saw him changing his bandage and he had to leave. I still think it's hilarious that he just ran out and just rammed right into her.
Yeah.
That's right. At the time, I simply brushed it off as Charles acting strange. But it must have been because he saw that, right? Yeah, his eye, Xander's eye. Are you really using such unclear pronouns for dramatic effect? That's such a cliche. Xander's eye injury. Many of you have probably seen it already while investigating Xander's body.
It seems that...
At that time, Xander was changing his eye patch. Charles must have seen it and had a reaction to that injury.
I see.
So then, Charles really does have a phobia of that sort of thing. How ludicrous. However, if the testimony of 3 people confirms it, then I have no choice but to believe it. I'm
Irritating.
scared of the execution, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know who it is. Whoever it is, I'm scared. You know, this could have happened a lot faster if you shared that vital information earlier, Wit. You know, this trial will happen a lot faster if you find the culprit earlier,
I
Arturo.
despise you.
What are you even talking about? The whole reason we're taking this long is because you don't have all the evidence, you low-life worm. Hey, Rude? Rude? I want to just kick him. You wouldn't mind sharing with me all your patient's medical history, right? What? Absolutely, and how is that relevant? I see that you're also familiar with the concept of privacy. So cool, right, Arturo? Even for a super smart surgeon like you, I guess you still learn something new every day. I like that he talks to Arturo like he's an idiot. It's hilarious. I love it. Like, yes, go off.
Quit bickering!
Enough bickering, you two. Anyway, my point stands. Charles is totally innocent. Indeed, I suppose I'll have to accept that as well. Because it has been established that Terako was stabbed by Xander first, then that erases any possibility that Charles could have killed Xander. But then who on earth is it? If he saw Terako's body at any point, and he must have, then he would no longer be in the right state of mind to subdue and kill Xander.
I have my doubts.
I'm scared. I'm so scared. That still doesn't explain everything, however. Where did that fake motive come from? Because, like, if it's not Charles... Who is... I have no idea, genuinely. I don't know. Maybe Charles made that DVD because he wanted to frame himself. and obfuscate obfuscate the trial. Why? According to Terrico, whoever placed that DVD there was trying to frame Charles. In that case, the DVD must have come from the culprit.
Considering the evidence,
The most likely way Charles would have gotten his hands on a faked motive would be if someone else was trying to set him. Yes and no. You're partially correct, but I believe that the origin of the DVD is not from the culprit, but rather from that person. Who is she talking? Genuinely? What? Who is she talking? Who? Who? Xander himself? It was most likely Xander. Xander, he planned something that manipulative? He did. After all, attempt to kill me? I'm sure he had some plan in mind to get away with the murder, beyond simply stabbing me and walking away. Why Xander? Couldn't it be the culprit?
I disagree.
Consider that it was Xander who picked the computer lab as the murder location. It's not a coincidence that the computer lab is where one would go if they wanted to view the contents of a DVD.
Now that you mention it,
You could also use the movie screening room, although since Veronica Ace and I were already occupying that room, I suppose that it's a moot point. Besides, no one would want to watch something as private as upsetting as a murder motive on a big TV screen there.
So exciting!
Oh, I would. I think that a full video and sound experience could really elevate the anguish from watching a viscerally distressing video. Okay, Veronica, calm down. Calm down now. No one except for Veronica. In addition, Xander had learned earlier of Charles's phobia, seeing that he was the one who inadvertently triggered it. He probably decided to take advantage of that weakness to pin my murder on Charles, knowing that Charles wouldn't be in the right state of mind to fight back or even defend himself. Makes sense. I mean, it's pretty smart.
So,
Do you think Charles being a loner also had something
Yeah.
to do with it? Yeah. Charles prefers to act on his own, so he wouldn't have brought any witnesses. Since no one saw him at dinner yesterday, he probably ate by himself elsewhere, which just makes him that much easier to isolate. Xander must have used that time to plant the blank DVD at Charles's door, and then convene with who? With me. It's great and all, but really important? Keep talking about Xander's murder plan. He technically didn't kill anyone. Yeah, it's definitely giving me Sayaka vibes. But like, Xander's better than Sayaka. But like, it's reminiscent of those kind of vibes. Knowing Xander's plan is valuable evidence. We already can clear up some of the mysteries of the crime scene. Okay. Such as those blue scraps that were determined as Charles' gloves. Xander probably tore them to build a narrative of confrontation. Or the DVD's placement, not replacement, oh my goodness. If Xander is the one who placed it while trying to frame Charles, then it's more reasonable for Xander to misplace it, both in the wrong reader and the upside down. What? This isn't Stranger Things. What? And the upside down. And upside down. Good night. If you have to go to bed, go. Good night. I'm gonna go to bed after this too. after I do the trial. He may even have accidentally wiped off some of the marker, leaving us with that cryptic message that we struggled to code. Murder plan sucks.
You know,
Well, you can say it was bad with the benefit of hindsight. There may have been more to his plan that we wouldn't know about because of how things played out.
it's unfortunate.
Oh, even so. To think that Xander was seriously intending not to just kill someone but to cover up his crime.
That's whack.
Stop. He keeps saying, man, that's whack. We have confirmed that Charles is innocent now. That's what's important.
That doesn't prove anything.
But we still don't know who the culprit is, and we're back to the start again.
Oh my god! We're so fucking bad at this! And now we're totally gonna die here!
Even so,
Well, that's not exactly true, is it? We've already determined that neither Terrico nor Charles is the culprit, and Xander was already off from the start. Wow. Such progress. We've narrowed the suspects down to 13 out of 16.
Nice!
Ah, nice. We keep working down the suspect list one by one at this pace. We can determine who the culprit is probably by the end of this week. I'd say that's a win for us, team. Oh my. That's a win for us, team. That's funny.
Shut up!
Shut up, Wit. You're not even helping. Actually, I guess you did help a lot. Never. Why does Wit seem like the kind of guy to be totally useless in the class trial?
let's not get distracted.
Enough messing around, you guys. This is serious. I'm confused about one thing. Could have possibly killed Xander. We have been discussing that question the whole time. She's like, I just have one question that we haven't really been talking about. Who could have killed him? I can't deal. I can't. No, I mean,
Think about it.
Xander died in a very specific way. Which one of us is even capable of killing him that way? Wait. Which one is even capable of killing him that way? Does she mean height? Because he's tall and if you gotta get to his neck, you don't want to be like I don't know. Xander died in a very specific way, right? Which one of us here is even capable of killing him that way?
What does it mean?
What do you mean by that? Xander died of a stab wound to the neck. But I think someone here said something like, it's really difficult to stab someone in the neck in a fight. Who said that? I don't remember.
That's correct.
Ah, yes, that was me. Human reflexes are naturally poised to defend a vital area, such as the throat. And even against someone with a knife, people under stress still have their ways of defending themselves.
Yeah,
The task of stabbing Xander in the neck becomes a lot harder when you factor in some variables as well. As I have already said, it is incredibly difficult to stab someone in the neck. And that's under normal circumstances. According to Terrico, no, that's, I'm sorry. I saw Ace and I was like, oh, it's Ace speaking, but obviously not. He's over there having a meltdown in the corner. According to Terrico, Xander was holding the kitchen knife to begin with. His murder would have had to take the knife from him. I can read. Because Xander himself was attempting to murder, he was likely already on guard. Finally, Xander is a really strong person. He did win the arm wrestling contest. In that case, the killer must be someone even stronger than him. That's the only way they could have stabbed him. Is that really true? Perhaps they killed Xander in a different way, without stabbing him?
I agree with that.
Wait a minute. Something occurred to me. I'm waiting. Nico brought up an interesting idea. This whole time, we've been operating under the assumption that Xander's cause of death was the stab wound in his neck.
Right.
It was only a hunch, but it doesn't make a lot of sense otherwise.
Eh?
How could his cause of death not be the stab wound? He couldn't possibly survive such an injury. He didn't. And you're contradicting yourself.
I'll prove you wrong.
No, I'm saying that Xander received a stab wound after he was already dead. His true cause of death was something else. What? What?
You can do better than that.
I'm sorry, but I'm having difficulties following that line of reasoning. Xander received that neck injury after he was already dead. That doesn't make sense. It's clear to me that such a severe injury is what killed him. I don't see how it could be anything else. Xander doesn't show any other fatal injuries. You said it yourself, he's had that eye wound for days now. Isn't it clear that being stabbed in the neck is what killed him? I don't think it's likely that Xander would have received that particular wound, and only that wound in a confrontation, without injuring his assailant as well. However, no one here demonstrates significant injuries. There must be something that we're overlooking. It's not as unlikely as you say it is. Even the most well-prepared person isn't immune to the chance variations that occur in a fight. There's simply no evidence that he was stabbed after death.
I'll cut through those words!
There's no evidence? Are you so fixated on this line of reasoning that you refuse to keep an open mind? Yeah,
You're wrong.
The blood stains around Xander's body prove you wrong. How so? David is a little suspicious. Not gonna lie. When Xander was stabbed at the neck, the knife must have hit an artery because the blood sprayed out everywhere on both his body and the floor. Wait. Crying? Look at this. Tears? Are these tears? Yet the splatter patterns on the floor match exactly with the stains on the body.
It seems that...
There's no signs of any dissimilarities or smears that would suggest movement. The blood stain is too perfect looking. That's true. It was like he was already lying down when he was stabbed in the neck. That makes sense. That suggests that Xander was stabbed in that exact position on the ground. However, it doesn't make a lot of sense for him to have been lying on the ground right before he was stabbed.
Perhaps...
That's true, but perhaps his assailant knocked him over? So then, he didn't struggle or move at all on the ground, even when he was stabbed or during the short moments before he lost consciousness? That seems unlikely. Yeah, I mean, I can see her reasoning. It makes sense. The best explanation I can think of is that Xander was already unconscious, if not dead, when he was stabbed. I'm on the cusp of figuring out what his true cause of death is. I just need to think about it further. More non-stop debate, yay. It's true that the bloodstain suggests Xander was stabbed lying down. If the stab wound wasn't his cause of death, then what was? Perhaps the wound on his eye? Levi, come on. That was an old injury. It makes no sense for it to have killed him now. I like that music. I stopped reading because I was listening to the music. Then there aren't any other wounds on his body.
No, that's wrong.
You're all overlooking this seemingly minor piece of evidence. Look at his left hand.
What's the matter?
Those are mere blood stains, are they not? That's what I thought too. But when I was thinking about what else could possibly be Xander's cause of death, I realized that this was it. Those aren't bloodstains. They're burn wounds. Oh, that's... Huh. Burn wounds? Burn wounds!
Now that you mention it,
I suppose it does resemble burn wounds on his hand. Hey, Scrubs. Shouldn't you have noticed that earlier, seeing as you're a surgeon?
why am I putting up with you?
How many times do I have to say this? I'm a plastic surgeon with a specialty in cosmetics, not a general doctor. Sue me if I didn't recognize these extremely subtle burn marks. Do you? I guess a trial is as good of a time as any to have a legal battle. Wait, please. Music, the music is so good. That would be a very small injury, though. How could that have possibly killed him? A better question is, how could he have gotten burned, huh, Terako? There's no evidence of a fire, is there? I think you're clearly making up answers where you need them.
Stupid bitch!
Are you seriously? Seriously, if you even had half a brain, you'd realize what you're saying is total nonsense.
No.
Oh, there's no need to insult one another. Well, I would never phrase it that rudely. Array has a point. First of all, there's definitely no evidence of any sort of fire in the computer lab. No burn marks anywhere, nor any smell of smoke. Chemical burn? I don't know, though. I don't... Secondly, even if he did burn himself, it was only on his fingertips, right? Such a small injury might have been painful, but wouldn't be fatal. Poison? Some kind of poison? Chemical poison? I don't know.
I'll prove you wrong.
Will you guys think for even a little bit before jumping to conclusions? Don't shoot down every idea that I have for no other reason than because you don't like the sound of it. Okay. Okay, Terako. There's a logical explanation for what I'm proposing. This can all be explained by the Hangman's Gambit. What? Wait. I want to figure it out. Shock? Shock?
This is it.
Xander was killed by an electrical shock.
Ooh!
Electrical shock? Now that might make a bit of sense. There was water everywhere at the crime scene, and the light switch was broken. If Xander was soaked in water and he touched the wiring of the light switch, the resulting electrical shock could have potentially stopped his heart.
Shit.
Makes a lot of sense. Crap, why didn't I think of that earlier?
Dumbass!
Because you're a dumbass.
Screw you!
Weren't you opposed to this idea? Who's the dumbass here? I'm super sorry.
That makes sense.
I think that is correct. The killer didn't have to be strong, and they didn't have to fight Xander. Okay. So, who could it be? I don't know. Xander could have had the knife all the time. Up until he died from electric shock, and then the killer took the knife from him and stabbed his dead body. That's the real method of murder. They must have tried to cover it up as a stab wound.
I understand.
That also explains why the light switch was broken in the first place. First, the killer turned off the lights, and then stripped the switch in the darkness to expose the wiring. Of course, the lights in the computer lab are now on because of the emergency lights, but Mono TV told me that the room was dark prior to that. True. Naturally, Xander would reach to turn the lights back on, especially as he wouldn't be able to see that the light switch was stripped. The resulting shock incapacitated and killed him. The killer then reattached the light switch and tried to divert our attention by covering up with an out-of-order sign to make it seem like it broke on its own. In that case, there is no need to consider who's strong enough to kill Xander, as anyone has the ability to strip the light switch with the right tools. Did somebody get a toolkit? Was somebody's thing from Mono TV a toolkit? I don't think so.
So what?
It's total nonsense. First of all, it's just a light switch. How could it be that powerful to kill enough what? How could it be powerful enough to kill somebody? Second of all, really was that strong, wouldn't it leave a bigger burn wounds? It's not really the voltage that determines the severity of an electrical shock, but the amperage. Sure, a higher voltage gives a greater current, but you also have to take resistance into that account. But why do I keep adding words? I don't know why I just keep adding words. I'm tired. I've been awake since 5 a.m. The resistance of the human body varies from person to person. Wet skin will reduce the resistance much further. Even wiring circuits in houses can be fatal, and yet not be powerful enough to cause a severe burn. What's more important is that the current passes through the heart. If anything, a stronger shock tends to result in a higher chance of survival, since the heart will shut down, preventing ventricular fibrillation. Not that it's really relevant to right now.
Wow.
All this nerd crap. Why is this a surprise? I work with wires and equipment all the time for shows. Of course I know at least a little bit about electrical safety. I did mention Xander's tier. Is the tier important? We're gonna find out, I suppose. Unlike you guys, I actually have some experience with this. Don't go around saying stuff if you don't know what the hell you're talking about. Ace.
Shit!
I'm stupid! I thought you would start arguing with me, but that works too.
Why don't we discuss this?
Now that we're getting somewhere, why don't we discuss the matter of the light switch? It seems to be important to the crime. Seems to be important. That's an understatement. In a way, that broken light switch could be considered the true murder weapon. Then the culprit also made that out of order note
Loser!
could have convinced me.
Loser!
Yeah, if you actually investigated the scene of the crime, loser. Did anyone look at the back of it? Of the out of order note, I mean. Why? Is there something noteworthy on the back? Kill Terako Tawaki. But what is this? Did the killer leave that as a threat? Oh, I got it. It's like the DVD. Rotate it 90 degrees, maybe it says something else. That's hilarious. It doesn't.
What does it mean?
Terako, this note concerns you, right? Do you know the meaning of this?
Yeah.
I have a good idea of what it means. Why would the killer leave such a message on there if they were trying not to draw attention to the light switch? Because this is the note that Xander had. That he took and he was going to kill Terako because of this note. He had that on his person. Clearly, it's all wet. They turned it around and wrote on the back after it was not wet anymore.
The truth is...
Because the killer didn't leave that message. This note originally belonged to Xander. How do you know that? After Xander stabbed me, but before I fell unconscious, he started talking to himself and said a lot of strange
Worst,
things.
aren't I hate murderers. I hate the smell of blood, and I hate this feeling. I would have never wanted to hurt you. Then why did I do this? I don't even know. Why? Just why did you ask me to kill Terako?
Why did you ask me to kill Terako Tawaki? Doesn't that seem like Xander was being made to kill me? He did attempt to take my life, but all the while, he didn't seem happy with that decision.
It seems that...
If this scrap of paper says kill Terako Tawaki, then I'm guessing that it was some sort of order to him. That piece of paper must have originally been in Xander's possession.
Huh?
Xander was ordered to kill you? Why didn't you bring that up earlier? Why didn't I bring it up earlier? When do you suppose I could have brought this up? Back when you all were telling me that I killed Xander? I'm sure you wouldn't have believed me back then. She has a point. If someone ordered Xander to commit a murder, isn't that concerning? Who was that person? Why would Xander agree to do such a thing? Yeah, why would he? There's no way of knowing. The rest of that note was destroyed in the water, which is what those wet scraps of paper probably were.
Of course.
Xander is long dead. We can't exactly ask him. With all the relevant evidence destroyed, it's likely that we won't be finding out the truth behind Xander's actions. That's not good. I want to know the truth. Besides, to put it bluntly,
I don't care.
I don't really give a damn about Xander's motives or whether he was thinking. I don't care if someone made him do it. He still tried to kill me. He got what was coming to him. Okay. I don't know about that, Terako. I don't know about that. Since I have a hunch that his motives aren't even relevant to the rest of the case, I won't pursue that line of reasoning unnecessarily. Ooh, so what's interesting is it might not even be related to this case, right? But it could come back later on. Like, I'm sure it's gonna come back later on. It's like there's someone out there who wants to kill her. Wow, that's a bit mean, don't you think? You guys used to be friends. Maybe I'd feel a smidgen of pity for him if he wasn't a damn murderer. To be frank, I'm glad he's dead. Okay, Terako, I understand you're angry and you feel betrayed, but to say you're glad somebody's dead? That's horrible. Terako, that's so cruel. Whatever feelings we may have about the victim, we can sort those out after the trial. Let's return to the topic at hand.
disagree, Teriko.
Ooh. Disagree with what? I don't think you should conclude so quickly that Xander's motives have nothing to do with the case. Xander was being directed by someone else to commit a murder. That's definitely important in my eyes. My, that person could even be Xander's killer. In that case, do you have any clues that would point towards who that person is? There's lots of new information we can glean from a single note, is there not? For instance, we can analyze the handwriting on the note.
I disagree.
Would that really be as helpful as you think it is? Not only is the writing itself heavily smeared, but every single one of us has seen the note by now. The culprit could simply alter their handwriting if we asked for handwriting samples now. Do you want to do the forensic analysis? We don't have the equipment for that sort of thing. You do raise an excellent point, Veronica, and I commend you for that. However, at this time, we don't have enough hard evidence at hand to pursue this line of reasoning. Among others too, Teriko is definitely a lot like Kinjo. I see it.
It's possible that.
Besides, it's possible that the note writer's involvement with Xander's murder is limited to this note, and that there is no other evidence that we would find to pinpoint them. I see. But if something occurs to me, then we can return to this later, right? Exactly. You understand my point perfectly. Besides, I can tell that Teriko is really resistant to discussing Xander as anything more than a piece of evidence. That's why she doesn't want to talk about his motivations.
Isn't that right, Teriko? You really feel hurt by his betrayal, don't you, Teriko? Or has that underlying resentment always been there? Tell me! Oh, I want to take a peek inside your mind so badly. It's driving me crazy!
I don't know what you're talking about. Let's move on. Anyway, back to that out-of-order note. Teriko, there's a flaw in your reasoning. Why wouldn't the killer bring their own paper? That seems a lot less suspicious than searching the victim's body for paper to use. Maybe they didn't expect that it would blow the lights? I don't know. They can't even be sure that Xander or you would just happen to be carrying a paper around that they could conveniently use to cover up the crime. That's a good question. Could it be that the killer was unprepared to kill Xander? What do you mean? Bringing your own paper is a very simple thing to do. Because the killer hadn't, and because they just had to rely on the chance occurrence that Xander just so happened to have a paper on him, it suggests that they didn't think their plan through. It was like a spur of the moment. Unlike Xander, who planned everything from the scene of the crime to the person he would deflect blame to, the culprit's murder was a spur-of-the-moment decision.
I see.
I suppose that does make a lot of sense. After all, I told no one of where I was going after dinner, and I'm sure Xander didn't either, as he didn't want any interference. No one should have anticipated that we were meeting at the computer lab. Why is she humming?
Teriko!
Teriko. What? It's very possible that the culprit was trying to save your life.
Huh? How interesting!
Isn't that the underpinnings of a beautiful story? That the culprit stumbled across the crime scene, saw Xander standing over the body of Teriko Tawaki, and decided that they would bloody their own hands solely to save Teriko's? Ayame? Is it you? You're alive and standing right here now because one of us here decided to put your life above Xander's. But now you're doing everything in your power to put your savior to death.
wonderful!
Oh my gosh, she's terrifying.
Scary!
Veronica, stop saying creepy stuff to other people. Giving me secondhand nightmares, which I'm not even sure is a real thing. I never said it was true. It's only an idea. Think about it, Terako. I suppose the hypothesis that the killer was unprepared to murder makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of evidence to support it. For example, the bloodstains on the ground were very poorly erased, and the culprit ended up leaving a lot of evidence about the initial position of Terako's body. It all seems a bit hasty, doesn't it?
That doesn't make sense.
Well, there's evidence against that hypothesis, right? What kind of unprepared killer happens to be carrying around a bunch of water beforehand to douse Xander in so that he can get shocked? Wait, hang on. What? Rose, can you repeat what you just said? What? No, not that. You said that the killer must have been carrying around large quantities of water, despite the fact that they were not planning murder. What about it? That's exactly it.
I now know who Xander's killer is.
Who? Really? I don't follow at all, although I'm glad that I helped. You know who the killer is. It can only be that person. That person is... Who? What? Large quantities of water? No. No. Minjung? No. No.
It must be you. Min Jun, the ultimate student.
What? You said you were cleaning the kitchen last night. Did that involve using water by any chance? No. What?
It seems
The
that...
murder was spontaneous, yet there were large amounts of water at the crime scene. The killer must have had the water on them before and for other purposes. What? No. Min, your actions at the time of the murder are the only ones that would fit this description. Because you were cleaning the kitchen after dinner, you would have reason to be carrying around, say, a bucket of water. No. Minjung, no. No, Minjung-yi, no. No. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Min is the culprit.
No way!
No way, Min totally isn't the type to commit a murder at all. Then who is the type to commit a murder in your mind? Anyone is capable of killing when placed in the right conditions. No. No way. Eriko, what is your reasoning for this? If your only evidence is that she was cleaning the kitchen last night, can it be you instead? Just be you instead. Ugh. No, it's not Minjung.
Ridiculous.
That's right. It's weak evidence. Eden and I were in the kitchen the entire time. You left on multiple occasions to get cleaning supplies. But still, in the time you were gone, is it even possible that you could have committed the murder?
That's complete nonsense.
I did not kill Xander. It's true that Min left the kitchen to get cleaning supplies. That was a natural thing to do, so I didn't think much of it at the time. Is it really possible that Min is the killer? Who? Was Min acting suspicious or paranoid last night? It's useless to ask loaded questions like that. That can cause the subject to misremember things. I am telling the truth when I say that I was simply transporting cleaning materials. had no clue what either Terako or Xander was doing at that time. And you're saying that I chanced upon the murder seen by luck? Yeah, Terako's luck.
No, that's wrong!
Oh my gosh. What is happening right now? What is happening right now? What is happening right now? I think this is the last part of the trial. I think so. I hope so, because I'm so tired. Like, what is happening? Man, it's not out of the question for you to have stumbled across the crime scene in the computer lab. Right. Min was going from the laundry room to the kitchen. That path crosses the computer lab. She would have seen Terako's body if the door was open. Why exactly would the door be open? Leave him alone. Leave the poor baby alone. I suppose Min may have arrived near the computer lab's entrance just as Charles left. If she was curious, she would have even gone out of her way to see what was happening in there. Coming across the computer lab right when Charles fled. Talk about a small window of opportunity. That's... Following that, if she saw Xander, then Xander must have noticed her too. Knowing Xander the way I do, I'm sure he would have wanted to incapacitate anyone who could have interfered with this plan. He was very determined to succeed in killing me.
See?
That means that Min had to act quickly before Xander did away with her as well. I'm thinking that her first move was to upend a bucket of water on him, which she would already be carrying since she was cleaning at the time. Not only would that throw Xander off guard for a few seconds, but it would lead nicely into the next phase of her plan, which is getting him to touch the light switch.
That can't be true!
Wait a minute. That doesn't mean that Min is the killer. Oh, you said they're in the kitchen with me too. We're there. If Min committed a murder, we would have noticed that she was gone for too long. Would you though? Perhaps.
Even so.
But Min left on multiple occasions, right? The murder itself would have been relatively fast. Min could have returned to the crime scene later to carry out her various alterations of the crime scene.
No way!
There's no way Min is the killer. I refuse to believe it. I've talked to her. I've spent time with her. She's a very reasonable kind of girl, so there's no way that she could have killed someone. But like, why would she do it though? To save Terako? Right, Min? Thank you, Eden. You're too kind.
Just give it up.
So far, all the evidence against me amounts to the fact that I could have seen the crime scene at some point. That's hardly conclusive evidence, is it? Both Terako and Charles are accused of being the culprit on more substantial evidence than this. I'm sure that in time you will see my innocence as well. If that isn't a tear, it's a bucket of water. We should continue discussing evidence, so that we may prove or disprove Min's innocence. Let's run through the murder step by step. Min saw Xander with Terako's body. She used the bucket she had with her to douse Xander in water. Then she broke the light switch. Hang on. What did she use to strip the light switch? You need some sort of tool to do that. You've already said that the culprit was unprepared to murder. So she wouldn't have brought any tools with her.
No, that's wrong!
I can think of one thing that she might have been carrying around beforehand. But can you show us again the list of custom weapons we all received? No problem. Pen.
It seems that...
Min's so-called weapon was a pen, right? It's definitely not out of the question for someone to be carrying around a pen. What are you doing, Array? Nothing you should be concerned about. Keep your mouth shut. Where'd she go? Finally lost it, Terako? Using a pen to break open a light switch? Are you out of your goddamn mind? Everyone's lives are at stake here. And you're throwing out worthless nonsense ideas, pretending you know who the culprit is. If you keep this up, we're gonna die here. I'm gonna die here. Does this trial mean anything to you, or did Xander put a hole in your brain as well as your chest? Okay, calm down. Ace.
There's no need.
No need to get worked up, because I'll help everyone pick the right culprit. Look at that smile. That is so creepy. She's scaring me a little bit. Now everyone suspects me, which is a mistake. But that's alright. Mistakes are meant to be fixed. Like filling out a multiple choice test. You bubble in answer after answer and sometimes get it wrong. If I let even one miscalculation slip by, then the life that I worked so hard for will come crashing down in an instant, so keep erasing those mistakes until they're correct. As long as I learn from my mistakes, as long as I make the correct choice in the end, that's how I achieve success.
Please reconsider.
Terako, I'm asking you to reconsider. Once again, not the culprit. Your evidence is shaky at best. If you were to think about this carefully, you'll see that it makes no sense for me to be Xander's murderer. Look at her face. Don't you remember? I stayed by your side when no one else did. Why would I put myself in such a precarious position if I were the killer?
Considering the evidence...
In addition, Ace is correct in asserting that a pen cannot be used to break open a light switch. I simply do not know where you got that absurd idea. She is being very suspicious. It's her.
The truth is...
I got the idea only because you were with me during the entirety of my investigation. I saw it in your pocket once or twice. Because it was made of metal and caught the light, it drew my attention. Oh, that's what she saw. Something the matter? Just now, I could have sworn I saw a flash of light. Something made of solid metal like that probably could have been used to break open the light switch.
That seems unlikely.
Even if the pen was made out of solid metal, I don't think it could have been easily used for that purpose. So, that was what I was going to say. Terako, I think you're going a bit too far with this theory of yours.
Besides,
I don't have that pen with me. I left it in my room the whole time. Really? But I saw it in your pocket
are you sure
earlier.
about that?
Are you sure you aren't making that up? Or misreading things? Misreading? I'm misreading things. Or misremembering things? Perhaps you're so focused on this strange theory of yours that your mind is concocting false memories to support your case.
Just give it up.
Get up, Terako. This is going nowhere. Terako, I really don't think that the culprit used a pen in a murder scheme. It's quite a far-fetched idea. You haven't lost it, have you? Wow, you're right, Terako. Mint's pen really is made out of metal. Oh my gosh, she took it from her. What the? Oh, this must be how she cracked open the light switch. She must have used this hidden switchblade in her pen. Oh my god. That's... What are you doing with that?
So cool.
Look, everyone. If you pull off this end here, it reveals a knife underneath.
Wait!
Wait just a moment. How did you even get that? I thought I...
Dumbass.
Wow, I can't believe you didn't notice at all when I pickpocketed you moments ago. For an ultimate student, you really are a big dumbass, huh? I suppose Min was so focused on her argument with Terako that she didn't notice Array taking it out of her pocket.
You know...
It's a well-known phenomenon that when a person focuses hard on one thing, they often fail to notice other obvious stimuli. That's inattentional blindness for you. It was all shiny, just like Terako said. Of course I had to take it.
Back!
Finders keepers. I'm serious. Jeez, you seriously took this into the trial room? Talk about an oversight. I don't think it's that much of an oversight. Normally, none of us would have suspected her simply for carrying what appears to be an innocuous pen on her person.
I suppose...
Besides, no one had anticipated that these class trials would be held in such close quarters. It makes sense that Min thought her secret pen was safest in her own pocket. A penknife? I know that's a thing, but I've never seen one in person. Certainly not unheard of, though. I guess that explains how you stripped the light switch. All you had to do was use the knife to pry it open, like whacking the lid off a cold can of beans. That would explain the strange scratches on the wall. You used a blade to open it, after all. It is her.
You're a damn liar.
You lied about not having the pen because you didn't want us to find out about that hidden blade, right? I had my doubts before, but your suspicious behavior now makes me believe that you may indeed have been involved with this murder.
That means nothing!
I really... Oh gosh. She has the culprit sprite. I truly do not know what any of you are talking about. Your reasoning doesn't make any sense. It's simply illogical. None of this evidence adds up to anything. Oh, wow, she's really panicking now. Stop panicking. I'll admit it. I've had that pen with me the whole time. But just because my pen has a blade in it doesn't mean that I'm the culprit. It's simply a coincidence, nothing more. There's plenty of other tools that the real culprit could have used to expose the light switch's wiring.
Ridiculous.
Once again, you still have no proof that I was at the scene of the crime. I thought of a better way we could prove that you were at the scene of the crime. We could use chromatography to compare the pen's ink with the out of order sign. Alright, can you give me that pen?
Wait!
Wait!
Sure.
Just wait a second, please!
I don't get it.
Lost. What is chromato?
Yeah.
Whatever. Chromatography. It is a method used to analyze ink. It's also a common activity done in school science classes, so you may be familiar with this in some form. By placing a dot of ink at the bottom of a paper strip and letting a solvent, in this case water, run through the ink, the various components of the ink separate out into different colors. Cool. Different varieties of ink are made differently. Therefore, the resulting color patterns can be used to identify specific brands. In this case, I can tell that the ink in Min's pen is the same ink that was used in the out of order sign. Is Min. Don't you need to see the out of order sign to compare it with? Oh, I forgot. Since I had already memorized the stain pattern on the sign, it wasn't necessary for me to compare the two. Forgot that none of you have the same kind of memory that I do. Oh, she's right, it is exactly the same.
I see.
Colors really are the same. I suppose that proves that Min's pen was used to make the sign. Anyway, that's proof that you're the culprit, right, Min? That seems like irrefutable proof to me. I'm convinced that you're guilty, Min. If this chromatography is so useful, then why the hell did you do it earlier? This sort of forensic analysis wouldn't be all that useful for getting a culprit, only for confirming someone who's already a suspect. It's simply unrealistic to try and test every single pen or marker that we could find. Right now, we're lucky in that the culprit used a one-of-a-kind pen, but for any ink samples that came from a generic brand pen, we wouldn't gain much information. Veronica. Aw, I really wanted to know who wrote the note to kill Terako. Generic pens. You mean the kind that can be found in the storage room, right?
Yeah.
Basically, kind of materials that anyone here can easily get their hands on. For that kind of evidence, pinpointing their origin doesn't really help us solve any mystery. I'm no gambling woman, but I'd be willing to bet that Xander got a blank DVD from the storage as well. Back to what I was saying. Right now, chromatography is only useful for our current situation, which is demonstrating that Min is most likely the one who created this note.
No way!
Min, it couldn't be! What do you have to say to that, Min?
You're wrong!
That's all wrong!
There's no way!
I'm not the culprit. I'm not. Are you alright, Min? She's definitely not alright. She's realizing that her case is hopeless and freaking out about it. This kind of sucks to watch. You're wrong. All of you.
The evidence
I'm not the
is
culprit. How am I wrong? The evidence is there. You're wrong. Because that pen isn't even mine at all. I've never seen it before. Minjun, come on, baby, no. What are you talking about? That's definitely not what you were saying earlier. You are merely contradicting yourself now. Oh, she's lost it now, hasn't she? The dawning realization that she's cornered is causing her to lose that carefully cultivated cool facade.
It's amazing! Watching someone lose their sanity is desperately clawed towards an ever-dwindling hope for survival. It's so much better than any story I could have ever read.
Okay, calm down, Veronica. Accept it, Min. I figured you out as the culprit. You're not getting away with your crime.
That's not true!
No, I'm not the culprit at all. There's no way that could be true. I never wanted to kill him. It was a mistake, I swear. It doesn't count.
Even so,
Is that an admittance of guilt? Regardless of your intentions, the fact remains that Xander died as a direct result of your actions.
You're lying.
No, he didn't. You're making this up. All of you are just making everything up. Min, please.
I wanted to save you.
Why? Please don't fight me. Sorry, Min, but I've got no choice.
Prove you wrong.
Without a doubt that you're Xander's murderer. Why? I'm sorry, I paused it. Because why? Why would she risk this for Teriko? Like, why is she like, I need to save Teriko? Why? I don't get it. Like, I get that they're friends, I suppose, but...
You're wrong. I'm not the killer. Your
Look at this
evidence makes no
professional
sense.
looking section over here.
It was just a mistake. I refuse to believe it. I'm not the killer. You're going to get us all killed. It was just a mistake. Your evidence makes no sense. I'll fix your mistake. If I stabbed him, wouldn't I be covered in bloodstains?
You inverted your jacket.
It ends here.
She inverted her jacket? It's true that you would be unable to easily wash off any bloodstains on your clothes. That sort of cleaning takes time, and you had already spent a good amount of time covering up the murder. Any more time wasted, and the others would become suspicious. You couldn't have covered up with a towel because there's no evidence of a bloodstained towel anywhere, not even in the bedrooms.
the truth is,
The solution is that you inverted your jacket and wore it backwards to catch the blood splatter. You wouldn't have used Xander's jacket because, as we discussed earlier, Xander's body shows no sign of being moved after it was stabbed. Therefore, you must have used your own. Wow. Afterwards, you could simply put your jacket on normally and hide the bloodstains long enough to get through this investigation in the class trial. That's... Minjung, if you want to prove me wrong, then take off your jacket. Can't. Why can't you? I've seen you without your jacket before. You had no problem taking it off earlier.
of course.
But you can't now, can you? You can't take it off, because that's irrefutable proof that you killed Xander Matthews. That's final. If Min cannot defend herself against this final point, then there's no doubt that she's the murderer. Can't believe it. You, of all people, being a murderer and trying to get us all executed just so you would survive? Did you really kill Xander? And what do you have to say for yourself?
I didn't mean to.
What?
I didn't mean to kill Xander. Then why did you?
Saw Xander standing there over Teriko's body. Moved without thinking and I doused him with the bucket of water I was holding. But why? I only wanted to save Teriko from dying. That was why I did it, and I didn't plan to kill Xander at all.
But the look Xander gave me, when he turned around, I knew. I I knew that Xander would have killed me too.
I like Xander. I just like his design. That's just me. That's just me, like, yeah, he has a cute design. I was terrified for my own life, so I quickly moved to knock him out. I wasn't thinking at the time. Okay, so that makes a bit more sense. She knocked the water on him because she saw him over Terraco and she wanted to help, but then he looked back at her and he was like, I'm gonna kill you next. Without considering the consequences of my actions, I turned off the lights and broke the light switch with the weapon I had on me.
Then he was dead. I want to take it back. It was a mistake. I didn't mean to kill him. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me.
That's it. A full admission of guilt. Your testimony gives me the final piece I need to clear up this case once and for all. I'll show everyone here how you perform the murder.
Let's go over the case from the very beginning. It all started when Xander Matthews asked me to meet him at nighttime in the computer lab, claiming that he had some sort of plan to defeat the mastermind. Oh yeah, he's an attempted killer. Oh yeah, I agree. However, this was all a lie. In truth, Xander was planning to take advantage of my trust in order to murder me. When we met up, Xander stabbed me with a knife that he had taken from the kitchen, and I fell unconscious. Meanwhile, as part of Xander's murder plan, Charles Cuevas discovered a fake DVD at his door. Because Mono TV had announced that it would release a motive soon, Charles believed this to be a real motive and wanted to investigate it in the computer lab. Charles eats his meals after everyone else, so Xander could isolate him and make sure that he arrived after Xander had stabbed me. It was important that Charles saw my bloody body because Charles has a phobia of blood and dead bodies, which Xander found out on accident. Because of his weakness, Charles would be unable to interfere with the murder, nor would he be able to defend himself in the trial. Xander was easily able to steal from Charles some items that he would use to pin on him. He took one of the spare gloves and ripped it up to suggest that Charles had was there. He also took Charles's motive DVD and put it in a disc reader. However, Xander had accidentally put the DVD in a CD reader, as well as upside down, which erased some of the marker. Oh, Min. In the meantime, Minjung was transporting cleaning supplies from the laundry room to the kitchen to clean up a mess that I had made earlier. She saw Charles fleeing from the computer lab and went to investigate. Then Min saw Xander standing over my body. They must have both noticed each other. Xander was so determined to succeed in his murder of me that he would have killed anyone who got in his way, and Min realized this too. In an act of self-preservation, she distracted Xander by dousing him in the bucket of water that she was carrying. This explains why there were puddles of water everywhere around the crime scene. Oh, man. Next, Min quickly turned off the lights and used her switchblade pen to strip the light switch. Naturally, Xander would reach to turn the lights back on, and as he was unable to see, the wiring was exposed. Because he was soaked in water and touched an electric circuit, he was killed by an electrical shock. Up until now, Min never intended to commit a murder. However, realizing that Xander was dead, she decided to try to pin the murder on me in order to survive this class trial. Yeah, I don't think she was trying to kill him. Maybe she was just trying to knock him out. I don't... To obfuscate. Min rearranged our bodies to make it look as if we fought and cleaned up the bloodstains left from where my body originally was. She then put the light switch back on. To divert our attention and make us believe that the light switch naturally broke, she forged an out-of-order note with her pen and piece of paper she found on Xander's body that she had cut to size. Finally, in order to disguise Xander's true cause of death, she took the kitchen knife and stabbed Xander in the throat. Normally, this would have stained her clothes with blood. However, she inverted her dark jacket and used it as a smock to catch the bloodstains, and then wore it normally again to hide those stains. So she's wearing this jacket with blood all over it right now. She then put the kitchen knife in my hands. Finally, her alterations make it seem like I had killed Xander. However, the entire time, she was trying not to clue an Eden in on the fact that she was performing a murder, so she rushed through and left many mistakes. Oh.
That is the truth of this case. You murdered Xander and then tried to place the blame on me. Isn't that right, Min Jun, the ultimate student?
Poor Min Jun. Gosh. I think there's only one more. There can only be one more, right? No.
Voting time!
Seems like you're all in agreement. Are we ready to vote? Please use your monopads to input who you think the killer is. This trial comes to a conclusion. Get ready to find out what the final verdict is. Will you make the right choice or the wrong one? I can't wait to find out. Let's vote. Two still voted for Terraco. It was Min and Eden, right?
Congratulations!
You got it right. The blackened culprit who killed Xander Matthews is Min Jung, the ultimate student. This can't be happening. You really killed Xander. I never would have suspected you to do something like that. You're our friend. Two of us, we spent time together, so why did this happen? In the end, someone like you is the first blackened, and I'm a little surprised by this outcome.
How could you?
How could you? Something as horrible as this murder is
dare
horrible. How dare you? You killed Xander, and you were perfectly willing to kill everyone else here to escape. Oh boy. Min isn't the only one to blame here. This all started because Xander tried to commit a murder first. He's right. Xander started it. Two of us turned out to be murderers. There might be more. We all know that. But it's not a pleasant thought. This is messed up. Why did you have to drag out this trial? If you had come clean from the start, I'm sure we all would have been in a much better place. Are we done here? I'll give you a few more minutes to say your final words before I commence the execution. Mission?
I'm not going to die, am I? If I get executed, I'm going to die. But that's not going to happen, right? That won't happen.
Close her eyes.
Because I don't want to die.
You read the rules, didn't you? You can't avoid your death. As a participant of this killing game, you're fated to die.
This isn't fair.
It isn't fair at all. I was just trying to knock him unconscious. I was only trying to save your life, Teriko. Like, really didn't. He started. I know he started it. It's all his fault. Like, I don't think she didn't. Then why didn't you confess earlier? Why did you go to so much trouble to hide your crime? She doesn't want to die. Nobody wants to die. I was afraid of dying. You were in the same situation. You would have done the same.
You
were afraid of death? Is that why you stayed by my side during my investigation? It wasn't out of the kindness or because you wanted to help me. You just wanted to steer my investigation in the wrong direction and take my life by winning the trial. Okay, Teriko, can you please be a little bit nicer to her? Or did you want to win my trust by helping me out when nobody else would? That I wouldn't vote you? It's not... I don't quite understand why I acted on some inexplicable feeling at the time. I just had to know that you were all right.
You're wrong.
All this talk about wanting to save me. Nonsense. You didn't choose to save my life. Fate will always intervene whenever my life is at stake. Some form or another. That's why you acted without knowing why. You didn't help me out of your own volition. I don't owe you anything. My God.
I'm sorry.
She's... Teriko. It's kind of nasty. I'm not gonna lie. Teriko's a little bit nasty. Please, I don't want to die. Min. Teriko, I'm sorry.
Huh?
Oh.
Min, what are you doing?
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I don't want to die. Please. I just wanted to save you.
Min, cut that out. I can't stand it. Stop saying that you don't want to die or you meant to save me. Just stop it. You're going to die. You committed a murder and you're going to die for it. I have no sympathy for someone like you whatsoever. Let go of me.
Wow. Teriko, you're you're a little unlikable right now. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not liking you very much right now. You're kind of nasty. I don't like it. I had thought that if I said such cruel words to Min, she'd let go. Thought that she'd turn bitter and angry at the person she had sacrificed her life to save. I'm bitter and angry at her, honestly. I almost wish that she'd say she hated me. Instead, held me even tighter. She held on as I had somehow shown her some great act of kindness. The fleeting time before.
Min, let go.
You understand, Min? I can't save you. You're going to die because of me.
I said, let go. Please, let go. Before
I grow attached once. I have no choice but to watch you go. For the sake of my feelings and yours, we shouldn't have cared about each other. Finally, let go. This isn't fair at all. Surely Min doesn't have to be executed for this. Executed? Something like that really gonna happen?
No way!
Perhaps something like that. This isn't actually real, right? What's going to happen to her? Oh, Min. I'm so sorry. Alright, your time is up. Let's wrap it up now. I have a special punishment prepared for the ultimate student, Min Jung. Sorry, Miracle. Min, I never got to tell you.
Let's give it everything we've got. It's punishment time!
No. In my monochrome. There was no time limit. Penalty for failure your arm. Oh my god. I need a second. That was so... that was awful. That really was brutal. It did remind me of Payday. It really was gruesome. Oh my god. So I needed to pause for a minute. That was the worst part was when she used her teeth to try to write the answer. Still, because she still wanted to fight, live, and it really. Oh my god. That was really intense. Like, I have played so many of these Danganronpa games. I think that execution was one of the most brutal that I've seen. Oh my god. She didn't deserve it. She didn't deserve it. It's all Xander's fault because he went and tried to kill Terako. This all his fault. If he didn't do that, then none of this would have happened. Oh boy. Oh. I've never needed such a break between. That's crazy. All right. It is only chapter 1. I don't like if this is the chapter 1, what do they have planned? Like I know the chapter 1 is always like the intense introduction. Like how it usually is. The execution is called Thrown to the Dogs. No. I hate them. Like, I know, like the first one is always very like it sets the tone of the game. Or this, I keep calling it a game because it feels like a game, but it sets the tone. So if this one wasn't it definitely set the tone. I don't know what to expect after this. I don't know if they're gonna be just as bad. Oh man, okay. The wolf, a distant descendant of the dog, which is what I am. Great way to finish things off, don't you think? No, because you're a cat, and I'm upset. What? Hell? I can't take this anymore. I'm gonna puke.
Get me out of here!
Out of here. I don't want to be here anymore. Someone get me anyone out of here. Get me help. Simply too absurd for words. Awful. Happening.
How horrific!
It died in such a cruel manner. Min? Wasn't that entertaining? No, that was not entertaining. That was horrible. I also I feel a little sick. I'm not gonna lie. I'm like, I need to take a breath. Entertaining. Is this your idea of entertaining? Oh, he Charles, he's never gonna be the same. Jeez, that's terrible.
How
terrible cannot
terrible.
even begin to type that scene. It's horrendous. Even after everything she put us through, I still cannot help but pity Min's fate. I've seen enough. No point in keeping my hopes up anymore.
We are all certainly going to die here.
Crap. Your damn fault, Mono TV. You're the one who put this in this messed up situation to begin with. Now people are dying as a result of your stupid nonsense TV show. She's laughing. Okay, listen. Terako, I understand that you're like Kinjo 2.0. But can you not?
Terako?
Why are you all so surprised? You voted her as the Blackened too, didn't you? You all knew that she would die, yet you made the choice anyway.
Terako, that's so cruel!
It is cruel.
Don't you feel any sympathy at all? Even though Min tried to pin the crime on you, in the end, not even she deserves something like this!
You're wrong. She made a choice to kill, and she paid her price. The same happened with Xander.
What is wrong with you? You have no right to talk like that! Those two were your friends, weren't they?
Friends? Don't make me laugh.
They tricked me into trusting them to carry out their own plans.
It's my own fault for getting close to anyone. I've had enough. I'm leaving now.
Terako, please! I know you're upset, but please calm down!
Get away from me! I'm done with you all. I'm done pretending to be friends with everyone here. Every single one of you was perfectly willing to vote me to my death. I'm the one who steered the trial in the right direction. I saved all your goddamn lives, even though none of you deserve that!
Oh my god.
If I get close to anyone, I'm going to be betrayed. I can't do that to myself. I don't want to be hurt again. So I'm never going to trust anyone. Never again.
I got something. Min's favorite oversized jacket. It keeps her comfortable while she studies. Recently, it seems to have gotten a bit dirty. It's messed up. It's missing the arm, too. Okay. I understand that Terako is hurt. I understand that she was hurt in the past. She was betrayed and she got hurt. That is not an excuse to be mean. I don't think it's an excuse to be mean and horrible to people. Which she is. She's a bit horrible. I'm not gonna lie. Like I understand where coming from, but oh my gosh. That is it. That is the end of chapter 1. That was actually insane. I have been doing this forever. It's like 1 a.m. I'm so tired. I've been up for like 20 hours. But that was a very hard situation. Because Min didn't mean to kill him. Like, she still did. She still did kill him. She is the Blackened, technically. But he started the whole thing. Like, who was telling him to kill Terako? I want to know that. Like, I'm sure that's not going to be until, like, probably chapter 6 at this point. It's probably the mastermind telling him that. Oh my gosh. That was crazy. I need to take a break. I need to go to bed. I need to try to get that image of that execution out of my head. It is kind of funny that she's so cruel. It's interesting to have the protagonist to be the one who's cruel, because she does remind me a lot of Kinjo when she says those kinds of things. So it's very interesting that she's the protagonist saying those things, because usually they're all like hope, hope, hope. So it is an interesting the end. I'm gonna stop here. I need to go to bed. But yeah, I'm not sure when I'm going to start chapter 2. It's still posting right now. I think the latest one had the body discovery announcement, I was told. I don't know who it is. I don't know. I don't want to know. I don't know if I'll wait a couple of weeks. I might. I do know there's bonus content. See what happens. Oh, jeez. I will. But for now, I'm gonna go. Thank you for joining me. This was so long. But yeah. Thank you for joining me. I I had to clutch my little monocro over here because I couldn't. I still can't. I still can't wrap my head around it. It shocked me. So like that was intense. That was very intense. Yeah. Charles get a redemption? Good. Charles deserves his redemption. um, but yeah, I'm gonna go. I'm very tired. I'm sure you're all tired too. I don't know about the time zones, but it's very late for me. Go have fun. Go to sleep. Take a nap. And Monocro, say goodbye. Thank you for joining. We'll see you. Bye.